walk you exactly to the spot in the house that I was sitting in when Bob called that Joe Sakic goal in 2002. The exact spot. And that's the power of Bob. What made his ability to call a game, Ron, so perfect?
Well, I often said he sang the game. You know, very musical in his. I think his approach, Dave, was more theatrical than anything. He understood from his love of Broadway. He would take me whenever we were in New York to Broadway, and I remember his favorite was Cole Porter, Anything Goes. But you know how you've seen a million photos? Yeah, he would have his hand out to stop Harry Neale from speaking and let the crowd go for a second. He understood space. You know, breath is... space is the breath of art. And he knew that. He knew all the things. He didn't think of himself as the lead man in the play. He was the director of the play. And that was one of the keys to his success. But even the call you just played of Joe Sakic, there's only two men that I can recall in my, I don't know how long it's been.
Far side, now to Tavares. Tavares down the right wing, trying to barge to the front of the goal. He does! They score! They score! The Leafs have won the game! Nice jumping it in as Tavares one-handed in front. The Leafs are coming home, and they've won Game 5 by a score of 2-1. Holy mackerel, what a play!
Oh, what a victory it was in game number 5 in Boston. We forced game 6 tonight. I would ask the question. I'm ready. I would ask if you're ready, but I know the answer because you're here watching this video right now. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get after it tonight. Let's have a lot of fun, just like we did in game number 5 when we got that big winner by Matthew Knies. Let's do it again and force that game 7 back in Boston. Leafs fans, you know what to do. Get that chat going. Go Leafs, go. Let's say hi to everybody. Give everybody the cheers, the welcome, and let's have a lot of fun tonight. Don't forget to hit that like button. Helps bring more Leafs fans into the chat every single game. And hey, if you're new here, hit that subscribe button as well. Turn on the bell. You'll never miss a game with us here on Toronto Sports Insider. All right, guys, let's get going into the chat shortly. The game is starting up within the next hour or so. Depends on when you're watching this. But go Leafs, go. Can't wait to see you guys in the chat.
First at 590, The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network. Baby, don't hurt me. That's a message to the hockey gods, I guess, tonight. It's Sailors Forfar, Justin Cuthbert. As we've been doing our pregame show, we are continuing on. And that was Sheldon Keefe. There will be no Austin Matthews again. And goodness gracious, lots of storylines going to this big one tonight, game 6.
Yeah, an appropriate song because the hurt and the potential for hurt applies to almost everyone, right? I think the major story, aside from Austin Matthews being unavailable again for Game 6, probably leading into this game is the fact that the Bruins may or may not be feeling something that the Maple Leafs have been feeling. And maybe pressure has been deferred here from the Maple Leafs needing to win in Game 5, obviously, to keep their season alive, to make sure that this isn't a complete and abject disaster. But now maybe we're talking more about the Bruins and how they've lost a bunch of elimination games in a row, and they lost after leading 3-1 in their first round series last year, and they haven't, frankly, had all that much success lately in the Stanley Cup playoffs. So yeah, just as much as it's loud and the Maple Leafs have heard it, and yeah, the sky may be falling this summer, this offseason for the Maple Leafs if it goes poorly. The same thing could happen to the Boston Bruins. So pressure on both sides tonight as Game 6, is almost underway here.
If you missed our last couple chats, we talked to Chris Cuthbert and Sid Sixero and Ben and Brent from the Fan Morning Show. We've been cooking up some stuff for you tonight. But the main theory, and that's what Justin's just explaining now, is there's a lot kind of going into tonight's game about demons, about breaking streaks, and the Bruins being 0-5 in their last 5 opportunities to advance in the playoffs. That's on one side of the Leafs, 0-6 in their last 6 home playoff games. Something will have to give tonight, whether the Leafs finally find a way to win at home or the Bruins season. It's, I don't know. I was just trying to think when you were talking, which is worse, not winning at home or not being able to close out a series 5 times in a row. Like, I almost think, and maybe this is the Leaf in me fan, but not being able to be clutch enough to close out a series 5 times in a row is worse than not winning at home in 6 games, because 6 games, those weren't 6 elimination games. Those are just 6. See, I'm trying to.
No, I think you're onto something.
I might be onto something.
I think you're onto something,
like,
and maybe not. It's a perfect argument,
but there's something worse about
the Toronto
that.
Maple Leafs last year.
They closed out.
Really, really struggled at home still, and they won a series. Boston. Again, if you're failing to convert on opportunities to advance, that means you're not advancing. The Maple Leafs, of course, did advance at least once last year. Now, am I going to compare trauma? Am I going to look at these?
It's hard to compare,
right? The histories of these two teams. Be like, man, you'd rather have what the Maple Leafs have. No, I don't think you can make that argument. But right now, what they're currently fighting, that's a huge bugaboo. That's a major hill to overcome that you flat out cannot advance
because you're seeing
when you have those opportunities.
Slip away from you.
The Maple Leafs, maybe they don't. I mean, I'm sure they know that they're 0-6 in their last home games. I think they're well aware that there's been struggles there. But one of them is more important. Winning a home game versus advancing, or winning a game to advance. One of them is more important, objectively. And the Bruins have to be feeling that as much as the Maple Leafs are feeling their home woes.
Okay, so let's talk about that with some great audio from Jeremy Swayman. This was after their Game 5 loss. So obviously the script has started to shift a bit in who has the pressure. And the Maple Leafs had it, and they still have some of it, but some of that has been shifted to the Bruins. But here is a really great look into, obviously, one of the leaders and leading by example in terms of playing, Jeremy Swayman, after the Bruins and their Game 5 loss.
I think we saw an opportunity that we missed, and we're not going to let that happen again. So the motivation is completely internal, and it's contagious in this locker room, and we'll be a different team come Thursday.
What is it about this group that makes you so confident that you're able to overcome what happened tonight and really refocus?
It's an excellent question. I think our leadership, first and foremost, the history of this team, the city that we represent, and the people in this locker room, the coaching staff through and through, our management, everyone is a great human being and wants the best for one another, and that's contagious. And there's no other team that I'd rather play for with that kind of integrity, work ethic, and all around just good people. So that's why we were able to lean on each other in important moments and get the job done.
So this clip struck me after I saw it after Game 5. When I saw it after Game 5, I suppose is the right turn of phrase there. Because this is not what you hear coming out of the Toronto Maple Leafs room, right? And this isn't like a comparison of culture, or I guess it doesn't have to be, but it can be. It definitely can be. And it's not an indictment on John Tavares, who maybe as the captain of the Toronto Maple Leafs isn't the best communicator, maybe not the best conduit from team to fan base. Maybe he leaves something to be desired there. But that was, beyond anything else, a window into how the Boston Bruins think. Yeah. And again, their backs are up against the wall here to a certain extent with this failure to push through. But all that stuff about team and leadership and the quality of human and all that, like that is not to me put on in any sense of the word. And even if it's not being felt by everyone, we'll get to Brad Marchand in a second, because maybe Brad Marchand's not relaying the message the same way. If that is how Jeremy Swayman truly deep in his heart feels and thinks, well, who could be more impactful in this game than Jeremy Swayman? Only Joseph Woll. He's the only other guy who can measure up in terms of importance tonight. So that look into Swayman's mind is, I think, an interesting thing leading into this game. But that doesn't mean that those feelings are being shared amongst the entire room. Brad Marchand has been a little bit more defensive. Jim Montgomery talking a little bit more about not being able to close out Florida last year this time around. And maybe there are some windows into, hey, there's some fragility here, but it's not being seen, at least in my mind, through that clip with Jeremy Swayman.
Would you like to hear it?
Let's hear from Brad Marchand.
Let's hear from Brad Marchand.
And lastly, you were in this position last year, 3-1 up on Florida, it went upside down on you. How much does that, and you touched on this with Pierre a little bit, how much does that serve?
Yeah, I'm going to stop you there. It has no bearing on our group. We have a different group. We have a lot of new guys. different team. It's a completely different season. Nothing about that has anything to do with the series. We're worried about. We've done a great job of staying in the moment.
Okay, so I like that. I mean, Brad Marchand is clearly the emotional leader of this team.
And listen, he wasn't pulling his hair out there.
Oh, no. But I think it's interesting to say, no, hold on, let me stop you there.
Yeah.
This is what I think, and this is what we're saying outwardly in this room, and this is what I want to portray right now in this media conference. But, I mean, we just talked about it with Cece at 6 o'clock. Brad Marchand from games 1 to 4 was 2 points per game, no penalty minutes. Game 5, 2 minor penalties, and was not on the score sheet. It was a completely different Brad Marchand.
Tackled by
a linesman where he almost lost it on the guy. And you could tell he was off his game. And now you're like, all right, that's the way you want Brad Marchand to be playing, off his game. Because if he comes in tonight and he's performing offensively and he's not, perturbed by the Maple Leafs at all, then that's the bad juju for the Maple Leafs. So I think it's interesting. Maybe he's trying to convince himself. Maybe he's trying to say, no, it's a different team. No, don't even put that in our heads, because it's got to be in their heads. It's in their heads. It's in the fans' heads. We talked about fans earlier in the show too. Boston Bruins fans think it's over already. And that is crazy, because they have 2 chances to win the series still. So if that's starting to creep in there, I think there's something to be said about the Leafs having some momentum going into today. A huge emotional overtime victory. You got Matthew Nyes, who's a young kid, getting a huge moment on the big stage and delivering. And you come back home, and that's where the big question is. Is this the place that it can happen and break that trend? And then you go back to TD Garden. If that happens, I feel so, it's scary to say it loud, confident. If the Leafs can win tonight, that this entire story is so different. They go to TD Garden. They've now won at home. They've now won 2 in a row. And the Bruins are the ones staring into the headlights like, uh-oh, here we go again. So tonight is a lot on the line, obviously, for the Maple Leafs. But I think it gives them a lot of, a lot of pressure almost off their shoulders if they win this one into Game 7. Do you know what I mean? And shifts at least some of them on to Boston.
I mean, the feelings now, which is, okay, some glimmer of hope would just be multiple glimmers. What's greater than a glimmer? Well, there are a few things, I suppose. But yeah, you see my point where it's just like, okay, the window is open. How far open can we get the window? And how much can we make Boston feel more of the feelings they may be feeling, whether or not Jeremy Swayman or Brad Marchand are going to admit to any of that. But Marchand here is interesting in so many ways. Like, he embodies the Bruins. I get that as like stating the obvious. But it's that way in that, yes, this is a very impactful player. Maybe a guy who you maybe missed out on the Olympic team. And there's obviously some stuff there in terms of like what the potential could be in terms of Stanley Cup playoff performance, senior level stuff, whatever. But Hall of Fame discussion, maybe? Like, we're talking about a really, really high-end player and a guy who has had, to this point, a fantastic career, but we're reaching the end. Yeah. And we may be reaching the end on the Bruins. In many ways, he represents how good they are, but also how fragile and how fleeting this moment may be. And again, Brad Marchand's psyche doesn't determine the fate of the Boston Bruins, but he's the captain of this team and he's the leader of this team. And in some ways, how he goes, the team will follow. So yeah, he's a key cog in this series. And if he is not the guy who can be as impactful, if he's the guy that gets sucked in, if he's the guy that starts feeling the pressure, you know that you, as the Maple Leafs or any other team, may have the ability to capitalize on that. So yeah, he represents a team that was once very good, is not as good anymore, and may be more vulnerable now because there is a lot of baggage that they're suddenly taking into this game.
Okay, so let's talk about how we got here. The Leafs obviously were down. They found a way to make it a 3-2 series at this point. So tonight, obviously, you got the Boston Bruins with the ability to put the Leafs away for the series and for the postseason, and they'll be hitting the tee time soon. In this series, the Bruins have scored 15 goals. The Leafs have only scored 9. The big thing here is the power play percentage. You've probably heard it already if you've been listening to any of our numerous shows today, but the Leafs are 1 for 17 on the power play, which is a 5.9% power play percentage. The Bruins are 6 for 14, which is 42.9%. Everything else is pretty similar. Hits wise, block shots wise, face off wins wise, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And it's that simple. If you've capitalized on, 10% more and you have a 15% power play, it's a different series. These haven't been out of reach. I don't know who that falls on more than the head coach and Guy Boucher, who runs the power play. And that is what's frustrating, is like, you've seen this now be an issue. It dried up near the end of the season. It's now like the Sahara Desert dry. At some point, it needs to be watered. You need to find a way to make this flourish. And, I know that Boston's head coach got a little bit of flack for changing a winning lineup. You have no excuse to not be changing something with this power play, right? You don't even have Austin Matthews, so that's like an easy excuse. Oh, the guy's not there, so we're going to jumble things up. If they don't find a way to produce on the power play, we're going to continue. They might not have any more games to talk about it, but this is a huge failing of adaptation and coaching. If you allow this series to go out 1 for 17 or 2 for 18, it's a really tough look.
Yeah, I'm definitely not the first person that's going to come out here and defend the Maple Leafs coaching staff. I think they have the second best coaching staff in the series, and I think that is at least one thing you can do without it affecting the salary cap to improve your team. Actually have a coaching staff that can be as good or better than Jim Montgomery. So again, not trying to do that. However, maybe there's only so much coaching you can do with what the Maple Leafs have or have had to offer from a power play perspective this year. Talked about this a lot. I think Morgan Rielly is kind of a zero, at least in terms of a shooting threat. I think Mitch Marner probably requires Austin Matthews to be a real, true power play weapon, or at least someone that's elite, because, well, he doesn't have the shot himself. John Tavares is maybe not the power play player he once was. Tyler Bertuzzi now being thrust into more minutes. William Nylander back in the fold, but without his flankman and Austin Matthews to be at least someone who can take some of that attention. I think what we might be realizing, that despite the core four's brilliance, despite having so many points and so many potential records with this organization moving forward, that they're not like individual parts that make something magnificent, at least in terms of special teams. Yeah, they're better without Austin Matthews there because, yeah, Austin Matthews has that special skill on the power play that can be meaningful. But you're right. It is on the coaching staff to put something out there that can be dangerous. And if they keep acting as a unit, like they have an Austin Matthews there, who can put the puck in the net, then maybe you're continuously not going to get good results. But if you switch things up and just try to be a little bit more assertive, a little bit more aggressive, cause more havoc in front, and be a little bit different, where it's just like, okay, let's not wait for the perfect pass. Let's just try to make something happen here. You might get some good results. I think multiple things are at play here where this group's not as good, certainly without Austin Matthews, as we thought. But yeah, some of the strategic elements are falling flat too.
Okay, so we're getting some lineups and some discussion from Sheldon Keefe here while we await for Leafs Bruins puck drop. Two things. Firstly, maybe the most important thing is in an interview with TVA Sports, Sheldon Keefe mentioned he's hopeful that Austin Matthews would be available for Game 7 if the Leafs win tonight. That would be Saturday night. That's a really positive sign. That's less than 48 hours away. But we did see him skating earlier today, and in the clips that we saw that were public, he looked like he could move around. So that's a good point. Here is a Sheldon Keefe tweak for the bottom six. Game 6, bottom 6. Robertson, Holmberg, Gregor, Dewar, Camp, Yarncroke. So it appears that Ryan Reeves will be scratched for the first time this series. After Ryan Reeves gave one of my favorite quotes, which we can't really even give you on the air because it takes away from the impact of it. There's a couple bad words in it, but he basically said they planted the seed. Now they're going to go home and water it. Mm-hmm. But imagine that was a bit more force. Okay. Yeah. I loved it. And I actually thought, Ryan Reeves is going to go out there and have a big time game tonight, and he'll be having no game tonight.
Yeah. The pseudo spokesman for the Toronto Maple Leafs, not going to play in this game. It's kind of hard to argue with it. I mean, he hasn't had this hugely focal role. It's not like he's had a dance partner. He's had some issues defensively, and the Bruins have capitalized on a few of those things. But man, I look at that bottom six and I struggle to see loads of utility.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not sure what a Robertson, Holmberg, Gregor line is supposed to accomplish. And I'm equally not sure,
Why not put Yarncroke on that line?
Aside from some shutdown here, a Dewar, Camp, Yarncroke line. Like, if that is your fourth line, it really, to me, looks like a third line tonight. But again, that third line is insanely limited when it comes to goal scoring. I mean, this is a team that is averaging what? How many goals in this series? Not many. Winning games where, yeah, there's absolutely no margin for error. And it just puts more onus on the guys at the top of the lineup that have to score. And again, you're doing it without Austin Matthews and Bertuzzi, Domi, Marner. Like, yeah, we saw Mitch Marner probably play his best game, but Bertuzzi and Domi are more facilitative, and they're playing with a facilitator in Mitch Marner. And Knies, Tavares, Nylander might have to be Herculean tonight in order to score more than 2 goals on Jeremy Swayman, given how that bottom six looks to me. And again, that's just taking out Ryan Reeves.
Yeah.
But with the mixing and matching of this group, yeah, it's just, to me, hard to imagine it being overly explosive.
Yeah, you mentioned the offensive explosion that needs to happen. Leafs have scored 3 or fewer goals in 12 straight playoff games. That's the longest active streak in the NHL. They're also being outscored by 7 goals in the first 2 periods this postseason. So that's worst amongst the 16 teams that made it in the postseason. So getting behind early and not scoring enough to catch up, that's a recipe for disaster. So if you want to switch that up, you got to find a way to create offense. And of course, if it's Jeremy Swayman and net, it hasn't been easy. But if they manage to win this game, I think it's a really interesting question about who starts Game 7, because that would be back-to-back losses for Swayman, and you would be needing to make a big decision that also probably has a little bit of flashbacks to last year's big decision where they had to choose what to do in Game 7. They went with Ullmark, and they lost. And so those are things that you have to worry about after, hopefully, a win tonight. But there is a way that this kind of goes really into the same frame that last year looked like for the Boston Bruins. But the Maple Leafs, I mean, you got to score more than 3 goals. That's probably step 1.
Yeah, I think no matter what happens, I think someone will be questioning what their strategy was with goaltenders, right? Like, if I'm Jim Montgomery, it's probably not a question for me. Jeremy Swayman's got to play because I just think he's the better goaltender at this point. But again, they will be thinking about what happened in the last 2 games and what happened last year. But I guess the same could be said about the Toronto Maple Leafs. And again, it's the same story as last year, where Ilya Samsonov played until he was gone and he disappeared, and you may never see him again, especially if you're the Maple Leafs this offseason and you're talking about contracts beyond a Game 6 here. But I do feel, given what we saw in Game 5, that Joseph Woll might have always been the destination in terms of where they wanted to go.
Yeah.
Right? Like Joseph Woll, they were
Definitely.
trying to get him the Boston starts a couple months ago, trying to get him into a position where, like, just take it, Joseph Woll. Just take it, because we want you to have it and we believe in you, and the skill set is certainly there. But they go with Samsonov until Samsonov fails. And Samsonov failing put them ultimately in a position where they were behind. And again, goal scoring was the primary issue here, but Samsonov didn't play like Joseph Woll played, at least in Game 5, in his starts. Do you think that ultimately the Maple Leafs will look back on this series, I guess no matter what happens tonight, and think, wow, 1 start too short for Joseph Woll, 1 start too many for Ilya Samsonov?
I would have liked to see Joseph Woll Game 4, was it? That was the last. Yeah. That was
Must win. Well,
that was the first time that I think I questioned. I definitely think Samsonov at the point, I'm not going to go back and rewrite my thought process, but I was like, okay, he deserves Game 1. And then Game 2, he ends up winning, right? So you're like, oh, all right, keep the things going. Game 3 was when I thought it could be time after this one for a switch. And maybe it's 1 game late, but maybe this is a rejuvenated, fresh Woll. But he did have to sit a while, and he did play really, really great in Game 5. So I'm just encouraged about his mental mindset. He talked to reporters after last game. I'm just having the time of my life out there. And that's what this kid should feel like in there. He's young. He's hopefully the future of this Leafs goaltending franchise. And he's been kind of put in a little bit of a lower pressure situation now, because Samsonov got 4 games and they were down 3-1. And now Joseph Woll can be the savior, or he can just do the best he can, and the Leafs will have bigger fish to fry. And I don't think the biggest fish to fry is going to be Joseph Woll, but it will be a lot of other discussions. So I think he's in a really good spot to be his kind of carefree, goofy guy as he approaches what is a must-win tonight and maybe a must-win on Saturday night. It doesn't seem to faze him. And I think that level of comfortability is shown really positively when the players talk about Joseph Woll, and when Nyzee was talking about him, when the guys just have a minute to talk about Joseph Woll, you can see they relax, they feel safe, and that's what they need tonight and maybe Saturday.
Yeah, it's interesting that the Matthews exit and the entrance for Joseph Woll ran simultaneous to me, because it's not as though, okay, we have to completely change how we play because Austin Matthews is not an option. But Austin Matthews is the straw that stirs the drink offensively. He's the guy that turns you into a pretty average team offensively to the team that had the second most goals in the NHL this year. Like, that is the difference when you have Austin Matthews. But if you don't, the game has to be different, because you're not going to score likely as many goals, certainly against a Boston Bruins team that, against that bottom six today, like, I don't think it's necessarily heavy lifting. So maybe the situation is reflected in the decisions and goal. Woll comes in for the third period. That's for other reasons, right? A message to your team, Samson not performing well, but just, hey, this is where we go to Woll now. And maybe it's so because, hey, the game has to be different now. We have to have our absolute best option. We have to have the best of the two A games if we have any opportunity. And I think the A game for Joseph Woll is always going to be better than the A game for Ilya Samsonov. And for that reason, that's maybe why they're going and have gone and will continue to go with Joseph Woll, because they actually can't afford to have even one bad move from Ilya Samsonov while he's sliding out of the goal. That's right. And it goes in. The margin for error is so slim. And in that case, I think it has to be Joseph.
And I think they're looking ahead to next year too, which you can do at this point.
And that's something that bothers me. Like, they did that last year. Oh, it's like, you're going to get Joseph Woll some starts here. You're in a playoff series. You just won one.
Yeah.
That can't be the message, right? It's best chance to win right now is with Joseph Woll.
Okay, we'll take a quick break. On the other side, we'll give you the Leafs lines, the Bruins lines, our player to watch. We'll get you set for what is going to be a crazy night at Scotiabank Arena. Game 6 between the Bruins and the Maple Leafs on the brink of elimination already once. They've found their way to live another day. Will they find their way into a Game 7 at TD Garden on Saturday night? We'll have to wait and see. We'll take a quick break. You're listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
And now it's time for our Subaru weather report. So, Harold, what's it looking like?
Jim, we can expect more thunderstorms as the evening approaches, and then overnight... Oh, hold on. Yeah, can I get 2 number 6s with a side of curly fries? Hold the onions, please. Yeah.
Harold.
To the rink, far side, now to Tavares. Tavares down the right wing, trying to barge to the front of the goal. He does! They score! They score! The Leafs have won the game! Nice jumping it in as Tavares one-handed in front. The Leafs are coming home, and they've won Game 5 by a score of 2-1. Holy mackerel, what a play!
What a victory it was in game number 5 in Boston. We forced Game 6 tonight. I would ask the question. I'm ready. I would ask if you're ready, but I know the answer because you're here watching this video right now. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get after it tonight. Let's have a lot of fun, just like we did in game number 5 when we got that big winner by Matthew Nyzee. Let's do it again and force that Game 7 back in Boston. Leafs fans, you know what to do. Get that chat going. Go Leafs, go. Let's say hi to everybody. Give everybody the cheers, the welcome, and let's have a lot of fun tonight. Don't forget to hit that like button. Helps bring more Leafs fans into the chat every single game. And hey, if you're new here, hit that subscribe button as well. Turn on the bell. You'll never miss a game with us here on Toronto Sports Insider. All right, guys, let's get going into the chat shortly. The game is starting up within the next hour or so. Depends on when you're watching this. But go Leafs, go. Can't wait to see you guys in the chat.
Hey, insiders! It's Joe Bowen, the voice of the Toronto Maple Leafs here. And holy Mackinac, another great night here on TSI. First and foremost, Mike wanted me to thank you all for being here and helping create this amazing community that we have here at Toronto Sports Insider. Just by listening to this message, you are a part of something very, very special. Mike has asked me to help in his goal of making a difference to Sick Kids Hospital with this great group of Toronto sports fans. Now, Sick Kids Hospital is very near and dear to my heart. My son Sean was diagnosed with leukemia when he was just a year old, and he's 30-some-odd years of age now and a big strapping lad because of their magic that they work at Sick Kids. Toronto Sports Insider is donating 100% of the channel's revenue through the Leafs 2024 Stanley Cup playoffs run. Now's the time for this community of Leaf fans to make a real-world difference together. Now, the best way for us to increase the amount of the donation is to please share the link to Toronto Sports Insider right here on YouTube to bring more Leaf fans into this amazing community. Changing the world, one insider at a time. We'll see you in the chat. And holy Mackinac, go Leafs, go.
Julius. You either put up or shut up. Marchand does, Doughty does, Stone does. And if you don't have enough of those players, get rid of them, because they'll make you lose. They'll frustrate the fan base. I want people that are with me, rowing in the same direction. And if you can't, get out of town. We'll find someone who can.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind Ristolainen, walks in, put it between his legs, shoots it, score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM. The best hockey lives here.
Burns gets it back, stick handles to the backhand, moves in front, score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
Hi, this is Ray Hudson, and for all the biggest matches from club soccer's holy grail, the UEFA Champions League, tune in to Sirius XM FC 157.
Hockey lives here.
Suzuki sweeps it. There's a chance. Rebound, Caulfield shoots and scores.
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
Join me, Scott Laughlin, and Gord Stellick, along with former NHLer Mike Johnson for NHL Morning Skate, weekday morning, 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
Across Canada.
This is Molson Leafs Hockey.
We're about to bring the ball right now. Sound the alarm.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
There's a Molson with your name on it.
Welcome to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network. Ailish Forfar and Justin Cuthbert for your intermission shows. Coming up, you've got the Boston Bruins and the Maple Leafs Game 6 at Scotiabank Arena. Must win for the Toronto Maple Leafs, who are on the brink of elimination, and they were a couple nights ago and found a way in overtime to extend this series. So Scotiabank Arena, looking forward to hopefully seeing the first home ice playoff win in 6 appearances. It's been a while.
It has been a while. Appropriate scheduling, I will say, tonight. Yes, there are 2 games in the playoffs in the NBA and the association tonight, but only 1 game
all
in the Stanley Cup playoffs. 8 p.m., all eyes, primetime, Bruins, Leafs. Woo! In terms of first round drama, I don't think anything really can supersede this. Both teams starting to feel the heat. Both teams in a desperate spot. Only one team can be eliminated tonight, but both these teams are definitely feeling the heat, and this Game 6 could not be bigger.
Yeah, Bruins have failed to eliminate or to close out a series in 0-5 in their last 5 chances. Leafs are 0-6 at home in their last 6 playoff games. So a lot of things going into tonight's game, and one of them will have to give. Let's give you the lines, because there's a couple changes for the Toronto Maple Leafs tonight. And of course, if you missed it earlier, Austin Matthews will not be playing again this evening. But Sheldon Keefe did say in a pregame interview that he's feeling confident that he could be closer to playing if there's a Game 7. So take that as you'd like.
Caveat there, but yeah.
Yeah. We'll see. Okay, so it's going to be Bertuzzi, Domi, and Marner on that top line. Nyes, Tavares, and Nylander. Robertson, Holmberg, and Gregor. Dewar, Kampf, and Yarncroke. And on the back end, Riley, Labushkin, Benoit, McCabe, Edmondson, and Liljegren. And starting in net, Joseph Woll.
Yeah, Austin Matthews' absence is a pretty widespread, right? Like it affects all parts of the roster based on that bottom
it's like
six.
he's good or something.
Yeah, but like it also the trickle down effect, right?
Yeah.
Like you put the top dog in there and it spreads talent throughout the roster. This is a top heavy lineup for the Toronto Maple Leafs and Sheldon Keefe tonight. A lot of onus will be on Matthew Nyes, John Tavares, and William Nylander in that 2-hole. They've had good success against David Pasternak's line in the series. If they see a lot of each other tonight, it can't just be a squash match. It can't be evens. Tavares, Nylander, Nyes have to give the Maple Leafs an advantage tonight, at least in my opinion.
Okay, we have about 2 minutes or a couple minutes here to get you set for Leafs Bruins. So a couple of things that we talked about in our pregame show. We've been doing this for almost 2 hours now. But Joseph Woll getting the start, it feels like there's a level of comfortability in him. He seems to play in a completely different style than Ilya Samsonov, and the guys love to play in front of him. So for me, he's one of our players to watch, not our official player to watch, but I'm really curious to see how he follows up, which was an awesome elimination game that he got into, and that final period of that bad game at home there. So we're having Joseph Woll get an opportunity to follow up what he started, I think is really important. He seems like he's the guy with the right head on his shoulders to do just that.
Yeah, I think he's more trustworthy at this point than Samsonov, unflappable in ways that Ilya Samsonov isn't. And frankly, if you had to choose between the best game of either, well, that's a good problem to have. But I still think Joseph Woll's would be slightly better. I think his A game is the best the Maple Leafs can have. And when the margins are so thin and the over-under set at 5.5, and there's a huge premium on goal scoring, Joseph Woll is probably the right choice. And we can talk about the choices previously with Ilya Samsonov through the first 4 games, but I think in the here and now, Joseph Woll belongs in the net, and he gives the Maple Leafs their best chance tonight.
All right, but let's do our official player to watch. Presented by Bet365. Visit the app for the latest odds and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 18 plus. Ontario only. Play responsibly. William Nylander. He just gave a pretty...
Yep, swearing on TNT.
Yeah, he's on TNT, and he gave a little F-bomb, and he's ready to go, it seems like. So he was already our player to watch, but this adds, a little bit more oomph to it. A William Nylander goal. It's been a while since he scored. Plus 125 tonight. I think that if someone's got to step up big, it's him or Marner, and Willie is really needing a little bit of a playoff stage to continue what he was usually as a good playoff performer.
Yeah, without Austin Matthews, suddenly a team built on top end is without top end, but that does not include, at least in my eyes, William Nylander. I think he has the biggest chance to be an X factor. He is the best chance the Maple Leafs to have score a goal, to have an individual moment. William Nylander is that guy, and we're talking about the unflappable nature of Joseph Woll. I think William Nylander has some of those traits as well, which could come into effect on home ice where the Maple Leafs have struggled. So William Nylander, if he has a moment tonight, he'll go a long way for the Toronto Maple Leafs.
I also have big-time Bertuzzi vibes tonight. We talked so much about Bertuzzi being really good in the playoffs last year for Boston. And now he's playing against that team that everyone keeps saying, Boston last year, they blew it. And I'm looking for a big Bertuzzi moment tonight. He's a gritty guy. I could see him wanting to get in front of Swayman and muck it up a little bit. And that's the way they're going to need to win this game. Got to crash the net and got to be aggressive. So I'm also feeling Bertuzzi. And if you think it's going to go to overtime, which it might, plus 300 on that one too.
Okay. That's an interesting one. Yeah, Bertuzzi, Domi, Marner, all kind of pass first guys. We'll see if they can find the right combination.
Somebody on a 2-on-1 needs to shoot.
Someone's got to shoot the puck out of those 3.
All right, it's a big one at Scotiabank Arena. Leafs facing elimination against the Boston Bruins. Game 6 on the other side of the break. Joe Bowen and Jim Ralph will have the call of the first period. You're listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
An American tradition for 150 years.
They're off in the Kentucky Derby.
And you can hear the Run for the Roses live on Sirius XM.
And it is going to be Leach to win the Kentucky Derby.
Join us Saturday, May 4th at 10 a.m. Eastern for Down the Stretch with Dave Johnson. Then at 2, Steve Bick is live at Churchill Downs for the pre-race show. And at 5 Eastern, hear the 150th Kentucky Derby on NBC Sports Audio, Channel 85 in the car, and on the all-new Sirius XM.
Hey, Insiders. All right, I wanted to give you guys a little bit of an update here on our Sick Kids donation. So through the 5 games that we have had so far, we are over $1,000 to donate to Sick Kids already. We have had just over $300 Canadian in super chats. Guys, the support has been insane. Thank you all for making this happen and helping me in my dream to do something bigger than just me. And so thank you guys for that support, those super chats, all the ad revenue, every single click, every single person that's listening to this video is making an impact, because 100% of our revenue from the moment game 1 of the playoffs on April 21st through the end of this run is going to Sick Kids, and I can't wait to make that donation this fall with my family up in Toronto at Sick Kids, and to show them where a place that was so important to me, and I know important to a lot of you. With that being said, let's get after it. We'll see you guys in the chat. Let's go, Leafs. Let's dig. Let's fight hard. Let's force that Game 7.
Is going to be right to keep your captain around and potentially keep him a Tampa Bay Lightning member for his entire career.
SiriusXM NHL Network Radio,
SiriusXM 91,
and on your schedule with the SiriusXM app.
Hey Toronto, I'm David Morsuti, host of the daily Toronto Maple Leafs podcast, Locked On Leafs, part of the Locked On Podcast Network on the SiriusXM app. Every weekday, we bring you the latest Leafs news and analysis, break down all the action, including this game you're listening to right now, and preview the next one. We're giving you everything a Leafs fan could want, all in a daily 30-minute podcast. Download Locked On Leafs right now on the SiriusXM app, available with all trials and popular plans, or where you get your podcasts. Search Locked On.
There is no competition in soccer quite like the UEFA Champions League. And it's on SiriusXM FC.
Kylian Mbappe delivering when it matters most.
The stakes are higher now in the knockout stage, where one goal can transform a club's trajectory.
Jude Bellingham's driving, scores!
And one performance can turn a star into an immortal.
Harry Kane finishes off the game.
It's the Champions League knockout stage, and all the top matches are on SiriusXM FC 157 and the all-new SiriusXM app.
Join me, Bort Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind Ristolainen, walks in, put it between his legs, shoots it, scores!
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM.
Hi, this is Ray Hudson, and for all the biggest matches from club soccer's holy grail, the UEFA Champions League, tune in to SiriusXM FC 157.
The best hockey lives here.
Burns gets it back, stick handles to the backhand, moves in front, score!
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM.
In the Leafs Radio Network.
Do or die for the Toronto Maple Leafs again. It's Game 6, and why not us? Why not us indeed? The Leafs hoping for another trip to Boston and a Game 7 to decide this opening round series. No Austin Matthews, but in 2002, there was no Matt Sundin. And a victory for the Leafs as we're ready and the puck is dropped and we're underway and we're glad you're with us. The Vault is in good voice. Here to start tonight as it's deflected down into the Boston zone. Tavares into the corner with a hit. The puck along the boards and Nyes. Got a piece of his man, but the Bruins get it out at center. Here's DeBrusk in with a shot, and it's deflected wide of the goal and is carried out of play. And there'll be a face-off in the Toronto zone. Joseph Woll gets the call. He was victorious in Game 5. A 0.75 goals against average, a .970 save percentage. Jeremy Swayman, 3-1, 1.49, and a .952 save percentage.
Well, the one thing about the 2-1 overtime win, how often did we say during the regular season, this team has got to learn to win those low-scoring games.
Puck comes free and Nyes skates it out at center. He'll flip it in and try to get wide. He was interfered with there by Geekie trying to get around and McAvoy. And now the Bruins with a pass out at center and on to Marchand. Marchand on the left wing side. Hit there by Nyes. Nyes gets a bit of a combing there from Marchand, but comes away with the loose puck and backhands it deep into Boston territory. Domi into the forecheck, missed his man. Bertuzzi didn't miss his, and the puck is down for an icing against Boston.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, Joe, if they don't call McAvoy on that interference call, which is fine, but don't call the mystery one at the other end. I think both teams will say, fine, we'll take it if those are what the rules are. But McAvoy had to go, 5 5 to 10 feet out of his way to run interference on Matthew Nice.
Draw to the right in the Boston zone. Domi with Marner and Bertuzzi. Bruin getting a warning in the face-off circle. And the draw won cleanly by Domi, but it comes out over the line as Edmondson couldn't keep it in. Pass ahead, deflected in by Bertuzzi. He hustles down into the corner. Carlo for the Bruins playing it around the boards. Edmondson is able to keep it into the far side, but the Leafs won't get there in time to keep it in as it comes to center. Chip back in over the line, but cleared by Boston into neutral ice. DeBrusque in on the right side, trying to drive the net, got it in front. The Leafs are able to play it away, and it's cleared by Domi into center ice territory. Zacha regrouping for the Bruins in his own zone. Pass off a stick is intercepted, and now Lyubushkin with a lead pass that was nowhere near anyone, and now Shattenkirk sending it back into the Toronto end as the Bruins are starting to change themselves. Riley with a pass deflected into the zone by Yarncrook. Into the corner, Dewar with a hit. Yarncrook knocking it back along the boards. Back of the net it goes. Shattenkirk for Boston. Off the boards, but David Camp kept it in momentarily. But the Bruins get it out at center, and it's cleared in by Trent Frederick. Round back of the net after the puck is Justin Brazo. The Leafs get it out into neutral ice. Yarncrook given a bit of a jolt. Puck still free, and the Bruins trying to organize on the right wing side. Have not had a shot officially on goal. A long lead pass looking for Robertson, but it was well out of his reach. But he gets it down into the corner. Robertson trying to pry it free as it's wedged up on the wall, and he does. Back to the blue line. A shot from an angle was off the mark wide from the point by McCabe. Back of the net now coming out in front, and it comes back to the blue line. Kept in there by Noah Gregor. Into the lineup for Ryan Reeves. Round back of the net. Gregor couldn't get to it. And Boquist will circle back in his own zone. No score. We're approaching 3 minutes play. Boquist getting it down into the Toronto zone. Good hit there. And then another good hit by Maroon. So both teams have gotten some licks in. Back comes Nyes. Rolling it down into the right wing corner. Played around the boards, and Nylander got it freed up for Tavares. Tavares tried to get a shot. It goes high in the air and is easily gloved by Swayman. I don't think that's going to be a shot on goal. If it is, the net is the size of a soccer goal.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that earlier drive from well out got to the Bruin net or not.
Well, the Leafs have one.
Yeah, you mentioned the Noah Gregor in the lineup for Ryan Reeves. Gregor, 241 regular season games in his NHL career. This is playoff appearance number 1.
Face off to the left of Jeremy Swayman. Playing in his 3rd consecutive game. Draw won by the Leafs. Marner centers. Domi trying to come out in front and rolled it into the crease. Bertuzzi couldn't get there, but Swayman was able to get a glove on it and holds for a face-off.
It's amazing. The 4 matchups or series between these two clubs since 2013. 3 of them have seen the Bruins take a 3-1 lead. And all those series went 7. And the other time, the Leafs actually had a chance to close out the series in Game 6.
Marner gets to a loose puck centering effort that was deflected, and the Bruins race it out at center with Geekie. Caught by Morgan Riley from behind, and it's around back of the net, cut off there by Coyle. Tried to center, and it was deflected wide of the Leaf goal. Another shot goes well wide of the Toronto net. Bertuzzi takes his man and knocks him flat. The puck on the near boards, the Bruins keeping it alive. On the boards, Geekie getting it back on the side now there for Marchand. He has it stripped away by Marner, and Marner circles back in his own zone to allow a change of players. Marner looking up into neutral ice, now carries off onto the wing, plays it back to Morgan Riley. Riley will give it to his defense partner. A lead pass by Edmondson, deflects off of Nylander into the zone. Bruins back of the net. Tavares misses his man with a hit. Boston through center ice with Pavel Zacha. Zacha dropping it off, and a shot went wide of the net by Pasternak. At the far point, kept in by Boston. To Pasternak coming out of the slot, and that was deflected off a body well wide of the Leaf goal. Centering pass, and off a stick, and it was Nylander who just did get there in time, and Pasternak's shot goes up into the screen.
Boy, the Leafs have struggled with this at times during the season, where they've got 5 pairs of eyes watching the puck in behind the net, and nobody takes out the loose man in front. And Willie Nylander with the last second read to get in on David Pasternak, who found a little soft area above the top of the right face-off dot, more towards the middle of the ice. And that goes, wow, that actually went off.
Nice.
Matthew Nice skate.
Flipped high to center ice by the Leafs. In over the line, Yarncook couldn't get around Witherspoon, and the Leafs are back down into the forecheck. Puck along the boards as Camp got it to the blue line, but it's knocked out at center ice. Van Riemsdyk gets to center and shoots it in. Although I thought it was about 3 miles, 3 strides from center ice when he shot it in, and now a rolling puck smothered by goaltender Joseph Wall.
Van Riemsdyk and Simon Benoit pushing as well. I don't think that one is going to escalate much. Former Leaf Van Riemsdyk did have a goal here earlier in the series.
Face-off will be in the circle to the left of Wall. We've just had one official shot on goal, and that was the Leafs.
Twice in this series, the Leafs have scored the opening goal, but have only led for a grand total of 20 minutes and 42 seconds.
Draw to the left of Wall. Sorry, Jeff.
No, and have not had a 2-goal lead.
Flipped high to center ice off the face-off win. Pontus Holmberg couldn't track it down. Bruins have it under control in their own zone. Chipping it out. Noah Gregor turned it back, and now Nylander turns at his own blue line. Nylander with a pass off the boards and in. Good hit there by the Bruins along the boards, and McAvoy returned in favor there by Gregor, who comes away with the puck and took a shot from an angle, and Swayman had to make a save there. Kept in by Edmondson, and he just missed that far post. It comes to center, and Liljegren will launch it high, back down into Boston territory. Both teams are changing. McAvoy brings it out on the left wing side. Lori gets to center and deflects it down into the Toronto end. 14-18 to go first period, no score. Labushkin, rink wide, off Marner, drop for Riley. He tried to hook up there with Bertuzzi, who slams into his man. The puck comes back out at center ice. The Leafs have been the aggressor as far as the body work is concerned. Slashed in on goal and deflected into the corner by Swayman. Knocked around back of the net by Marner. Another crashing hit there by Bertuzzi. He's had about 5 here in the first 7 minutes. Played in off the boards and down into the Toronto end. Flipped around the boards for McCabe. Chipped ahead for Marner. Marner looks for a man and finds Domi. Domi's going to drop it back as he heads to the bench. McCabe on a Lone Ranger rush, in with a shot that is deflecting and going into the screen and out of play. 13:27 to play, first period. Leafs nothing, Bruins nothing. Game 6. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Moved.
Hey, insiders! It's Joe Bowen, the voice of the Toronto Maple Leafs here. And holy Mackinac, another great night here on TSI. First and foremost, Mike wanted me to thank you all for being here and helping create this amazing community that we have here at Toronto Sports Insider. Just by listening to this message, you are a part of something very, very special. Mike has asked me to help in his goal of making a difference to Sick Kids Hospital with this great group of Toronto sports fans. Now, Sick Kids Hospital is very near and dear to my heart. My son Sean was diagnosed with leukemia when he was just a year old, and he's 30-some-odd years of age now and a big strapping lad because of their magic that they work at Sick Kids. Toronto Sports Insider is donating 100% of the channel's revenue through the Leafs 2024 Stanley Cup playoffs run. Now's the time for this community of Leaf fans to make a real-world difference together. Now, the best way for us to increase the amount of the donation is to please share the link to Toronto Sports Insider right here on YouTube to bring more Leaf fans into this amazing community. Changing the world, one insider at a time. We'll see you in the chat. And holy Mackinac, go Leafs, go. Presented by Bet365. Visit the app for the latest odds and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 19 plus. Ontario only. Play responsibly.
Packed inside the building, packed outside the building.
Is it ever? The draw to the right of Swayman. Tavares leaning in against Charlie Coyle. Well, that's how it started. Now Tavares is waved out. Nylander will take the face-off. Waiting for the puck to be dropped. It's right to Tavares, and he got the shot away, but it went off a leg. Now Nyes keeping the puck in. Couldn't get it in deep enough to find Nylander, and it is DeBrusk backhanding it out at center, but Tavares got back there, but couldn't come away with the loose puck. Grabbed off now by Toronto. Dragged out now by Liljegren. Liljegren to the line and in. Tried to drop it off on the wing, and then it comes back to him, but he can't reach it, and it is flipped high to center ice by Boston. Settled nicely there by Edmondson. Liljegren playing it off the backboards to find Edmondson. Edmondson ripping it around the boards. Not out. Kept in on the pass with a shot, and that went wide of the Leaf goal. Nyes coming away at center. The hero of Game 5 lifts it down into the Boston zone. Domi steals, trying to come out with it, jammed to the net. He was knocked down, and Swayman was fortunate to get a glove on it.
Just a little second effort. Max Domi on the forecheck.
And then he flattens. Was that Marchand?
Yeah, it was Marchand that he caught him behind the net.
That's too bad. Got knocked down there. But it wasn't even a linesman this time. It was somebody in a blue jersey.
I'm surprised there wasn't a hearing for the linesman. Possible suspension.
The look on his face that has been shown on. How did that happen? Who are you? Bruins win the face-off and clear it high to center. Knocked back into the zone on a delay. Marner couldn't come up with it. Bruins will shoot it into the Toronto end. Slowed up by Wall, but the Bruins get to it, only to have it knocked away as Marchand couldn't come up with it. Now in the left wing, Morgan Riley to the line and into the right wing corner. Bertuzzi unable to reach it in time. And Marchand will regroup the puck, and the Bruins get it out off a stick to the blue line, but not into the Toronto zone. Now they do shoot it in, but it bounces off the glove of Lyubushkin, and it comes into the near corner. Bruins are onto it now with Frederick, trying to play it along the boards, but it's cut off by Morgan Riley. Played ahead off a glove. That could have been a glove pass. Cleared down into the Boston zone. Leafs with it as they try to center, and Holmberg couldn't get it out in front. Boston with it, bringing it out at center. Another couple of good hits by the Leafs in the forecheck. Lori on the left wing into the slot area now for McAvoy. McAvoy sifting in with a shot. That was blocked. Another bouncing puck is cleared to the wing. And Robertson will hold it off and skate back in his own zone to find defenseman Benoit, who shoots it in. 11:21 to go in a scoreless first period. The Leafs have definitely been the aggressor. Here's Joel Edmondson in with a shot. That was blocked in front. It comes free again. Leafs working down the boards and sending it around back of the net. Yarncrook couldn't come up with it. The Bruins break at center, 2-on-2. In over the line, stopping up is Zacha. He fell down, played it around back of the net, kicked free. The puck comes back to the point. Shattenkirk, D to D on the far side, and this shot is being deflected up into the screen and out of play. And the Leafs have definitely been the more aggressive team as far as hits are concerned in the first period.
Sure, if you're the Bruins, you feel you just need to weather the storm. But Boston, who were held to just 2 shots on goal in Game 5 in the first period, have not had an official shot on goal 9 minutes and 12 seconds into Game 6 of the first period.
Leafs have been averaging 54 hits a game. Well, they're up to 18 with half the first period to go. Face off in the Toronto zone to the right of Joseph Wall. The draw scrummed into the far corner. Lyubushkin ties his man up, and Morgan Rielly comes away with the puck to get it to Nyes. Nifty move to elude one, chipped it ahead. Nylander couldn't come up with it. Tavares after it, misses his man. Nyes down the boards, couldn't keep it in. Bruins have pushed it out at center, and here's DeBrusk working in over the line. Sharp angle shot was well wide of the goal. Kept in at the blue line by Pasternak. Round back of the net is going to be banked to the point and kept in, and it'll come back to the point to Brandon Carlo. Pass into the slot area is knocked away, but Carlo keeps it in. His shot blocked again by the Leafs. And now around back of the net is Nyes. Nyes carries it out at center. Couple of nifty moves and then plays it down into Boston territory and missed a hit. He's in along the boards and the crowd revving it up for Matthew Nyes.
And they're also upset again. Nyes gets interfered with and no call.
Puck down into the Toronto zone. Bruins try to center. It's blocked. Leafs trying to punch it ahead, and out comes Bertuzzi. Bert gets it to center in on the right side. Marner closing! Oh, and it went off the blocker of Swayman and just wide. Bruins get it out at center. Knocked down on the play was Bertuzzi, and a penalty is coming here to Boston.
Bruins seem to have some leeway a little earlier, but they're not going to get away with this. A roughing penalty is going to be called, and if there were ever a time for the Leaf power play to get things ramped up, I would guess it's in the next 2 minutes. Brad Marchand is the Bruin guilty of the penalty.
You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan on the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting, because when the game starts, the action.
Hey, Insiders. Seems like we just passed 16,000 subscribers, and we're 180 away from crossing that 17,000 mark. Check the countdown in the chat. Keep the countdown going. Let's hit 17,000 tonight. Members, you've got the emoji, the 17K emoji. Let's make it happen in Game 6 while our buds fight for their lives to force a Game 7. Hit that like button as well if you haven't done so already. And guys, let's change the world one insider at a time. If you're subscribed, you're an insider. Let's go, guys. I want to see that chat popping off. Let's get loud. Let's push our Leafs to victory here in Game 6 at home. See you guys in the chat.
Expect more thunderstorms as the evening approaches, and then overnight... Oh, hold on. Yeah, can I get 2 number 6s with a side of curly fries? Hold the onions, please. Yeah.
Harold, are you in the drive-thru right now?
Jim, no one listens to this. Oh, thank you. Yeah, great.
Weather reports don't matter when you drive a Subaru. Visit your local Subaru dealer today and book a test drive during the all-weather drive event.
You're listening to Toronto Maple Leafs playoff hockey.
Nyes has tied the game, but a brilliant play by Max Domi.
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Leafs Radio Network.
If there ever was a time for the power play to get hot, here's a chance. Leafs on the man advantage. Draw to the right of Swayman.
Especially Marchand, who's often out killing penalties for the Bruins in the box.
Nylander, Marner up front with Tavares. Rielly and Domi, and the Bruins win the face-off and are able to shoot it out and down the ice.
That has been a struggle too, hasn't it, within the draw to start the power play?
Rielly waiting for Marner to swing back. Comes up now to Nylander. Nylander dropping for Marner. Marner with speed coming through the neutral zone and weaves to the left wing side to find Tavares. Tavares spinning it back to the blue line and quickly over on the far side to Willie. Down on the half boards for Domi. Domi looks in front. Back to the point to Nylander. Nylander back to Domi. Domi holds, still with it. Domi with a shot, block, rebound in front. Riley had it blocked before it reached the goal. Marner against the boards, able to tie things up on the boards. Puck still free. Jammed up against the wall by the Bruins. Time ticking and nothing being done here. Finally with it comes back to the point. Chipped along the boards for Marner, but he had it knocked out of his stick. Bruins DeBrusque bringing it back into the Leaf zone with a shot that went off wall and into the corner.
First shot of the night for the Bruins.
45 seconds to go in the power play. Now here's Bertuzzi working back in his own zone, and the Leafs wasting so much time with this organizing back in their own end. Quickly ahead it goes. Yarncrook in with a pass in front. Oh, and coming in front of the net was Nyes, and he just failed to get it on the forehand. To the point, the shot is blocked off Yarncrook. Played back to Yarncrook again. To the near side. Shot in on goal is gloved by Swayman off the stick of Jake McCabe.
That second unit better at getting the puck to the net. At the last attempt, no traffic in front of Jeremy Swayman.
Tyler Bertuzzi is just having an immense first period.
So is Matthew Nyes. Nyes once again. I know it's easy to say after he was the hero of Game 5 of the overtime winner. But all you do is get flashes of Alan McCauley. Nyes very nearly redirects that point shot as well. Doesn't get anything on it. And Swayman is able to make the save. This is still a big face-off.
Domi will take it. He was 10 for 10 in the first period in Game 5 in Boston. Nylander in the slot. Domi hoping to bring it on the backhand to him. And he won't get a chance because the linesman has waved him out. Ryan Daisy and Devin Berg are working the lines tonight. The referees are Chris Rooney and Dan O'Rourke. Along the boards, it's cleared to center ice. Liljegren back for Nylander. Works down the right wing boards. Rubbed out there by Hampus Lindholm. And it's cleared down the ice as Marchand escapes the penalty box. The Leafs are 1 for 17 with a man advantage.
And to not be able to capitalize on such a senseless penalty from Marchand.
Played high, too high as it turns out, into Boston territory, and it ends up in the screen, and the face-off's going to be at center ice. 7:12 to go in the first period. There is no score in the game.
Shots on goal, 9-1. Favoring the Leafs. The only power play of the game to this point. So you've liked everything about it. Joe, I thought they were very similar in Game 3. I thought the Leafs were the more physical team, had the better scoring opportunities. And it was a couple of bad moments in the third period that turned it against them.
Fired down into the zone. Wall out of the goal to trap it. Plays it back along the boards. Pasternak, who got a shot away, hoping Wall didn't get back into the goal, but the shot went wide anyway. Back of the net, Pasternak knocked down on the play. Taken quickly by Morgan Riley. Up ahead it goes for Dewar. He mishandles the puck, but Morgan Riley carries on. He's in across the line, left wing side. Dewar trying to get it to Gregor, and Gregor looking to get it back to Morgan Riley, but missed him. Puck in the Boston zone, and it's going to go over the glass and out of play, and Connor Dewar is getting combed over there by Witherspoon of the Bruins, and a face-off will come. Well, we'll wait and see where the linesmen are going to adjudicate this. It looks like it'll be outside the Boston blue line. No, it's coming back into the Boston end. 6:35 to go in the first period. This game patiently, maybe not all that patiently, waiting for the opening goal.
But I do like the patience of the Leafs. They're not gambling to create scoring opportunities.
They've had 9 of the 10 shots on goal. And they outshot the Bruins 12-2 in the first period of Game 5. And it was 1-1 at the point. Benoit shot and deflected just in front of Swayman wide. Cleared into the corner for Tavares. Can't come up with it. Tavares knocks it back of the net and chases after it in the far corner. Bruins are going to get it out into neutral ice. They'll flip it into the Toronto zone, forcing Nylander back to the puck. He took a hit to make a play, but got it back of the net to the Leaf defense. Joel Edmondson, Jake McCabe, bringing it out of his own end, then decides to backpedal. Nylander going to the bench. Leafs are changing here, and McCabe will wait patiently for that to happen. The crowd has been in great voice here tonight. Chipped in over the line, but then brought back by Boston to center. Leafs play it in. Domi failing to connect there with Marner, who was breaking. And the puck at center ice, and Marner almost stole it there from defenseman Brandon Carlo. Bruins get it ahead, but not into the Leaf zone. Second effort now will flip it in wide of the Leaf net. Round back to the goal, it comes into the near corner. Chipped along for Marner. Marner trying to backhand it out, got it again, played it off the boards. Good play by Carlo to keep it in. Carlo on the far side, but his pass deflects out at center ice. Carlo will wind it up and drill it around the boards to the far side. Liljegren tips it, and Yarncrook gets it away, and now out come the Leafs with a pass to Robertson. Robertson in on the right side, pulls on the brakes, sends it around back of the net for Pontus Holmberg. Holmberg coming out of the scrum, tried to get his stick extricated that was being held, and Robertson got a shot, and that was blocked away by Swayman. Puck goes down in on the right side, Geekie hustling after it, into the corner. Played around back of the net for Marchand. Marchand back to Geekie. He mishandles the puck, and the Leafs get it up on the wing, and Robertson will drop it off. Pontus Holmberg to center, and he'll get it down into Boston territory. 4 minutes and 34 seconds to go in the first period. No score. Bruins come out of their own end. Through center, Boquist in on the left wing. Wrap around attempt doesn't come. It's cleared to the line. No one there as the defense was changing for Boston. Bruins get it ahead for Beecher. And John Beecher in on the left wing. And offside, says the linesman. Now Maroon and Dewar get pushing in the near corner. And there'll be a face-off out in the center ice area when we return. The Leafs nothing and the Bruins nothing. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Did you know?
Hey, insiders. It's Joe Bowen, the voice of the Toronto Maple Leafs here. And holy Mackinac, another great night here on TSI. First and foremost, Mike wanted me to thank you all for being here and helping create this amazing community that we have here at Toronto Sports Insider. Just by listening to this message, you are a part of something very, very special. Mike has asked me to help in his goal of making a difference to Sick Kids Hospital with this great group of Toronto sports fans. Now, Sick Kids Hospital is very near and dear to my heart. My son Sean was diagnosed with leukemia when he was just a year old, and he's 30-some-odd years of age now and a big strapping lad because of their magic that they work at Sick Kids. Toronto Sports Insider is donating 100% of the channel's revenue through the Leafs 2024 Stanley Cup playoffs run. Now's the time for this community of Leaf fans to make a real-world difference together. Now, the best way for us to increase the amount of the donation is to please share the link to Toronto Sports Insider right here on YouTube to bring more Leaf fans into this amazing community. Changing the world, one insider at a time. We'll see you in the chat. And holy Mackinac, go Leafs, go.
Radio Network.
Face off outside the Toronto blue line. The Leafs have outshot the Boston Bruins 10-1 thus far in the first period. 4:10 left to play.
Well, good energy in the building. Good energy for the Leafs. And yet, even with that power play, nothing really clean-cut offensively.
Draw is scrummed, but Domi trying to brings it ahead to Marner and across the line. Marner on the left wing stops it up, tried to send it into the corner for Domi. Domi with it now in along the boards, but then had it stripped away. And the Bruins will get it out at center ice. Brazo knocking it down into the corner, and he goes in there after McCabe. Good hit in there by both players getting a piece of each other. Puck into the near boards. Missing a hit there was Bertuzzi. Puck comes back along the wall. Kept in by Coyle. He knocked Bertuzzi down. Down on the far boards, Domi backhanding it, and he'll get it out at center. 3.5 minutes to play first period. Mason Lohrei around back of the net. Being chased hard there by Tavares. Puck at center ice. Nyes intercepted, tried to get it in over the line, but was too well covered, and it's pushed by Boston back into Toronto territory. Joel Edmondson playing it off the boards to center and deflected in by Nyes. Swayman out of the goal to play it along the far side. It's deflected off a lead stick to the line. Parlow banking it to center, chopped in by Pasternak. Lilligren with a glance over his shoulder to see where the traffic is, and the Leafs break it out with Tavares. Up on the left wing for Nyes. Nyes across the line, but couldn't get it around the defense. Brought back by Pasternak. Pasternak to the line and in. Down on the boards. Good play. The Leafs are able to knock it away, but they've got a little bit too much. No, they don't have too much mustard on it.
Boy, but Willie Nylander, Joe, the defenseman had jumped past him. He actually had a lane down the left wing boards out of his own end.
Long shoot into the side of the Leaf goal is going to be covered up by Joseph Woll, who's had very little to do for the first 17 minutes and 36 seconds.
That was the second shot on goal. The second shot of the period, and only
I don't even think they're going to give him a shot there. It was on the backboards when he smothered it.
No, but I mean, previous game, it was 2 shots in the first period, but the second one was the only one that beat him in the night.
I wasn't paying attention. What?
It is nice out.
Draw one by the Leafs. Flipped high to center ice. Knocked to the line by Yarncrook and into the zone. Witherspoon goes back for it. Played it up on the wall. Benoit pinched. Couldn't get to it as it's cleared to center, but backing up the pinch there nicely was Dewar. Back into the Boston zone it goes. Off the boards to center. Chip to the line and in. Here's Brazo into the corner, dropping it back. Good hit there by Benoit to knock it into the corner. Trying to get back on his skates. Along the boards, it's drawn a crowd in there. Frederick trying to get it freed up, played in front of the Leaf goal, and then taken to safety by David Camp. Camp circles the goal and now starts out. Skating room to his liking on the left wing, waiting for teammates to arrive. Flips it into the right wing corner with 1:32 to go in the period. Off the boards, the Bruins are going to get it out, and they'll get to center ice and shoot it into the Toronto end, but it's going to clear the glass and go out of play. And now some more pushing and in the Toronto corner.
And I think Patrick Maroon, this is well after the whistle. A little splash and push against Edmondson, who returns it. And then Maroon turns to the ref and said, "My goodness, did you see that?"
Yeah. 1:25 to go in the first period.
Even though Joel Edmondson won the cup with St. Louis, one of the most famous videos you'll see on YouTube is as a member of the Montreal Canadiens cross-checking Wayne Simmons across the face. It earned him a fine. That's back when you only got a fine for doing that.
Oh, that's good. Face-off outside the Toronto blue line. Domi leaning in against Charlie Coyle. And the draw scrummed, but the Bruins, oh, never mind. They say it wasn't done according to Hoyle, so they'll do it all over again. Actually, it wasn't done according to Devin Bird, who will drop the puck again.
Oh, according to Coyle.
And Hoyle. And whatever.
Charlie Coyle got kicked out of the face-off dot.
And Devin Bird. Puck around back of the Toronto goal. Banked ahead for Marner. Marner with a backhand pass through center. Didn't connect to Riley, who was breaking. Now the Bruins back in over the line. Marchand taken into the corner, knocked along the boards. It comes to the side of the net. Leafs get it back to the goal. Pasternak with it. Pasternak to Marchand. Back to the point. Low ride to the far side, and a one-timer is blocked in front of the net. Less than a minute, the Leafs are breaking 3-on-2 to center. And it's going to be offside. Lyubushkin was, how should we say, unaccustomed to the center ice position on the 3-on-2 and didn't quite handle it as adroitly as one of the regular center icemen might have.
There was no way that was going to review.
No, that was...
There was actually a couple of Leafs ended up about 10 feet over the line before Lyubushkin. Although Lyubushkin had the great pass to John Tavares in overtime that led to the Knies goal.
Bruins get it to center, roll it in on the left wing, and Benoit gets a hit in there as the whistle goes. Witherspoon trying to get down the, or no, I guess it was Morgan Geekie, 39, not 29, trying to get down the boards.
That was kind of a freebie, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, the whistle's going to go, but I'm going to get one more lick in. 24 hits for the Maple Leafs thus far in the first period. The Bruins have had 23. Face-off will be right at center ice with 46.4 seconds to go. Tavares leaning in against Morgan Geekie. And Geekie wins the draw, but it goes between the defensemen down into Boston territory. Quickly cleared out into neutral ice, and now knocked to the Leaf blue line. McCabe quickly plays it back at center. Knies couldn't come up with it. Shot back into the Toronto end, and it is Benoit circling the Leaf goal to find McCabe. McCabe up at center, off of the stick of Knies into the offensive end. 22 seconds to go in the period. Knies blocked clearing attempt. Nylander got it in around back of the net. Knies working into the far corner. Getting it back to the point. Near side, Willie on the left wing side for Edmondson. Dropping it back for Willie. Nylander needs to get it to the net. 6 seconds left. Nylander with a backhand. In on goal. Knocked away. Swayman down. They jam away at it as the horn goes.
Final push here late in the first period. And Joe, that's what they need more of. Get it to the net. Get traffic. He had Nye standing in front. Nylander knifed it there on a backhand from the top of the left wing circle. And then everyone's looking for the loose puck that was under the pad of Jeremy Swayman.
I think a lot of the fans were looking like Marty Feldman. One eye looking at the clock, one eye looking at what's going on in front of the net. But it is a 0-0 tie after 20 minutes of play as the Leafs outshoot the Boston Bruins 12-1 in the first period. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Queen Bee's reign had just begun.
Big, Pac, Dre, and Jay were taking hip-hop to a whole new level.
It was all a dream.
And everything was fly.
Hey, insiders, what's going on, guys? TSI Mike hanging out with you here in the first intermission. Look at this. We are 53 subscribers away. 53 insiders, 52. Look at this thing rolling. We have 2,058 in the chat. Oh, God, that number's dropping because this YouTube ad bot is running. Guys, one day I am going to figure this out. Maybe by the beginning of next season, because I do not have the time to figure it out in this playoff run, because I can't even figure out the green screen here so that I don't look see-through. Hey, everybody who's here, a big, big thank you to every single one of you. Thank you all for hitting this stream and hanging out with us tonight here on Toronto Sports Insider. Big shout out Nikola Jokic with the big $2 super chat right on the way to Sick Kids. Guys, this is so much fun. I can't wait. We're going to get this W tonight. I really got to change this green screen here. It's really messing with me, but we're going to do big things, guys. We've already done a big thing. I mean, you saw the update. We're over $1,000. This is nuts. This is crazy. I'm just some random dude from Chicago. Well, not from Chicago, I'm from Toronto, but I live around the Chicagoland area. And I'm a Leafs fan. I was born there. I bleed Toronto, man. I am a TFC fan till I die. I have the TFC logo right here on the arm. I am a Toronto guy through and through, even though I only lived there for a short period of my life before moving around. But hey, big shout out to all of you for being here, and let's keep it going. Let's keep this going, and hopefully the Leafs will keep it going. A rough period there. Couldn't get the breakthrough. That is that's the biggest piece. But bees, keep it up in the chat. I love it. And let's go get 17,000. We're at 49 away. So 17,000 insiders, guys. When I say change the world, one insider at a time, I mean it, because this is big for sports, and we're doing big things here as a community. We're showing that a group of people on a platform that are sharing a one common thing, and that is the love of sports, can band together and do big things together. And that's what we're doing here at Toronto Sports Insider, and big things down the road as well. Big shout out TSI Allison, kicking butt from the soccer field there and hanging out in the chat. I love it. There's CUDAUS. Hi, Mike from Estero. I love it. Estero. My God, I spent plenty of nights in Estero when I was going to FGCU for those years in my life. So big shout out there to Estero. We're international tonight. We got England, we got Thailand. Let us know where you're watching from in the chat right now, guys, and I'm going to get off this and get to the intermission so that you guys can listen to the good stuff. Go Leafs, go! Hit that like if you haven't done so already. Hit that subscribe as well. Let's go, boys. Go Leafs, go! Go Leafs, go! Go Leafs, go!
XM app. Hi, this is Ray Hudson, and for all the biggest matches from club soccer's holy grail, the UEFA Champions League, tune in to Sirius XM FC 157
and the Leafs Radio Network.
Welcome back to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Maple Leafs Radio Network. Ailish Forfar and Justin Kasper for your intermission show. It is a 0-0 score after 20 minutes between the Leafs and the Bruins in Game 6. Leafs up against the ropes there, needing to win on home ice. But I would say that was a pretty lopsided period nonetheless. The score being 0-0, but the shots 12-1 in favor of the Maple Leafs.
Yeah, and 11-0 at 5-on-5 for the Maple Leafs. So that was, objectively a good period if we're grading the run of play. It is a little disappointing, though,
to come out 0-0?
Coming out 0-0 in a period where you not necessarily dominated to the extent where, wow, like, how did they not come out with a lead? Mm-hmm. But yeah, that's the sort of period where two teams are desperate. One team in Boston, maybe we're making it too much, making too much of it in terms of desperation. Possibly.
Yeah.
But you'd think if they were so desperate, it would look desperate. In fact, it didn't look all that desperate for the Boston Bruins in that period, but maybe that's because the Maple Leafs were just clearly the better team, which I think they were. But again, when you have a period that's decisive, you want to at least have that reflect in the scoreboard, so the Maple Leafs going to have to do it again.
Yeah, it maybe didn't look desperate for the Bruins because they just couldn't muster up anything to be desperate with. They got one shot on net, and every time the Maple Leafs had the puck, they had the ice tilted in their favor. So other than the most desperate thing I saw was Brad Marchand flailing, it's hard to really evaluate what the Bruins were doing or what their game plan is because they look like the much inferior team after 20 minutes. I think it's really impressive that the Leafs were able to get in Marchand's head so early on. You can just tell that they're living in there. The demons, they're in Brad Marchand's head.
Okay.
I thought so at least. Did you not see the dramatics that he performed?
It definitely seemed like Brad Marchand was trying to make something happen in his usual target when he's trying to make something happen other than, score a goal or defend a power play or whatever. Well, it's Tyler Bertuzzi, right? So we see those two meet up. Those two just can't seem to separate from one another. And yeah, it can be a little dangerous because maybe Tyler Bertuzzi is someone who will engage when he shouldn't, but he was on his best behavior, and Brad Marchand actually took a 2-minute minor penalty, which the Maple Leafs couldn't cash on. But in terms of that little war or battle within the war, which is Bertuzzi versus Marchand, it was a really good start for Tyler Bertuzzi.
Big time.
And I will say, though, they're going to continue to meet up with each other, and it's on Tyler Bertuzzi to continue to play between the lines and make sure that he's not sending to the Bruins to the power play, because part of that tact is Marchand's just trying to create something other than 5-on-5, because if you look at the 5-on-5 numbers, it was dominated by the Toronto Maple Leafs.
Well, the power play, not much better for the Maple Leafs, honestly. Another one bites the dust. It's kind of how it feels. So that's 1-18 this series. Did you see anything different or promising?
Not really.
No,
I mean,
same.
Max Domi's out there. We saw a little bit more of the second unit, which again is not a ragtag bunch, but not necessarily what the Dallas Stars are offering with two real balanced power play units like we saw last night versus Vegas. That's just the reality of being without Austin Matthews, having a stacked power play one that is not clicking right now. But again, it's a lot of perimeter stuff, not much inside. Maybe they forced it a couple times, but didn't get a good bounce. Just keep forcing it. Get possession. Keep getting it to the net. If it's going to have to go off a shin pad, it's going to have to go off a shin pad for this team, because right now it's not going to happen of the beautiful variety, which they tend to only get when they have Austin Matthews out there.
I think Ralphie made the point right there at the end of the period when the Leafs were all jumbled up in front of the net and hacking away at it. And honestly, I think that's the way to go about it in the second period. It's difficult to get out of that 1-0-0 when you've outshot the team 12-1. But that final flurry of opportunity and shot and pressure, that's exactly how you got to play that entire second period, because it's going to be an ugly one, as you mentioned. It's going to go off of something in the net. It might not be a beautiful tic-tac-toe, but I think that would almost break the Bruins in a sense, because they survived this one, and you got to come out even hungrier to start the second period, because they're in that locker room as the Boston Bruins being like, okay, we survived that. We got one shot. We can't get much worse. So let's improve in the second period. Like, it just takes one goal and we're up. And the Maple Leafs need to stop all of the potential momentum they might get from going unscathed in the first period, and try to get one really early in the second, just to continue the dominance that was that period.
Yeah, intermissions can work as checkpoints. Like, it doesn't necessarily carry over exactly what was happening in the first period to the second. There can be adjustments. There can be conversations. There can be changes within the team structure and just changes in motivation. And yeah, that's why I was kind of talking about how it's a shame that the Maple Leafs weren't able to go up, because the Bruins can regroup. They can come out the more determined team.
Definitely.
Maybe it's time for them to throw their fastball at the Maple Leafs. So we'll see if they can handle it.
Okay, we'll take a quick break and we'll give you a look around the NHL scoreboard, which
that'll be a bit of a challenge. We'll get creative there.
We'll find something to give you on the other side of the break to get you set for the second period. You're listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Get the official NHL app to watch, read, and listen to all the deeks.
All I can say is absolutely wow.
All the sauce. All the saves.
Stop from Vasilevsky.
All the hits. All the snipes. All the sellies.
He scores! Unbelievable!
All the hockey. If it's hockey, it's here. Listen to every NHL game for free, now with Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. Download the official NHL app now.
Every year, fans debate over the draft. Who's going first? At Chuck's, they already know. The top draft choice is that icy cold 18-ounce Molson Canadian you're holding, and it's just $4 at Chuck's during Leafs games. No wonder that at draft time, Canadians are always in high demand. Chuck's Roadhouse Bar and Grill. Food the way it ought to be. Price the way it used to be.
And now it's time for our Subaru weather report. So, Harold, what's it looking like?
Jim, it's a lovely spring day here on the beach. I came here for some solo time, like I do, but I got hungry instantly, so I went to Bob's Boardwalk Bistro when Bob says, sorry, cash only. Luckily for me, I always have a $5 bill stashed in my sandals, so I give it to Bob, and he says, we don't accept foot money here. That's how he talks. But now
weather
I'm starving,
reports
and I'm
don't
looking
matter
for
when
something
you
to
drive
eat.
a Subaru. Visit your local Subaru dealer today and book a test drive during the all-weather drive event.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate online at carsforkids.ca. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll benefit a child and get a maximum tax credit.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today, and your car can be gone tomorrow.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting. Because when the game starts, the action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca.
We have a plan that's connecting Ontario. We're leading the largest transit expansion in North America. New projects like the Ontario Line Subway and Hazel McCallion Light Rail will relieve overcrowding, with the Scarborough and Yonge North subways connecting more communities, and expanding GO Transit with more trips, faster train service, and two-way all-day service. Also, you can get around faster, safer, easier. See what we're building in your community at ontario.ca/builds. Paid for by the Government of Ontario.
You're listening to Toronto Maple Leafs playoff hockey.
They score! Rocket McMahon again!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Welcome back to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network. Ailish Forfar and Justin Cuthbert. It is a 0-0 tie after 20 minutes between the Leafs and the Bruins in Game 6. Leafs with a must-win. 12-1, and in terms of deservo meter, they won it as well, but that doesn't count. Yeah. Only the goals that go in the net count. So they've got a little bit of time to rewrite the next couple periods. We did tease it. We do have an NHL scoreboard, and I'm excited to see how you deal with this. So the NHL scoreboard is presented by Bet365. Visit the app for the latest odds and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 19 plus. Ontario only. Play responsibly.
Why don't we update you on who's been advancing in the Stanley Cup playoffs at this point? 5 teams have moved on to the second round of the Stanley Cup playoffs, including the Florida Panthers, who beat the Lightning 4-1 in their Atlantic Division semifinal, I suppose you could call it. Elsewhere, a sweep for the Rangers of the Capitals. Carolina beat the Islanders 4-1, 5 games. They'll meet in the next round. Over to the West, Oilers took care of business last night. They win 4-1 the series over the LA Kings. Vancouver and Nashville still playing 3-2 Vancouver at this point. The Colorado Avalanche 1-5 over the Jets, and still to play for a spot to meet the Avalanche would be the Dallas Stars and Vegas Golden Knights. Dallas has won 3 in a row over Vegas to take a series lead.
Well done.
That wasn't my best scoreboard of the year, but it was okay.
Okay, we have 1 minute to tell everybody about how great Matthew Knies has looked.
Yeah, I mean, we were just talking in the break. Do we like first goal scorer in this game? If we do like anyone,
it's Knies.
I mean, this is a guy I was thinking about, okay, if you got to improve this offseason, why not use Matthew Knies as a trade chip? Because I'm just not sure it's happening. But what I've seen over the last 5 games in a period is someone taking a big step. He looks like one of the emotional leaders for this group, and that's kind of saying something about everybody else, but I just love the way he's playing right now, his assertiveness. He's kind of carrying for me that second line at this point in the game, and of course he scored an overtime winner in Game 5. Cherry picking a little bit, but it's just not the goal. It's everything else. He's played really, really well here of late.
Yeah, and he's a big physical presence and something that the Leafs definitely need as well. All right, so your Maple Leafs tied up 0-0 after 20 minutes to the Boston Bruins. Joe Bowen and Jim Ralph had the call. The second period next. It's Game 6 at Scotiabank Arena. You're listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
There is no competition in soccer quite like the UEFA Champions League. And it's on Sirius XM FC. Kylian Mbappe delivering when it matters most. The stakes are higher now in the knockout stage, where one goal can transform a club's trajectory. Jude Bellingham's driving scores! And one performance can turn a star into an immortal. Harry Kane finishes off the game. It's the Champions League knockout stage, and all the top matches are on Sirius XM FC 157 and the all-new Sirius XM app.
The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
You either put up or shut up. Marchand does, Doughty does, Stone does. And if you don't have enough of those players, get rid of them, because they'll make you lose. They'll frustrate the fan base. I want people that are with me, rowing in the same direction. And if you can't, get out of town. We'll find someone who can.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app.
And there's still time left here as Martin backs it in. He scores!
Strategy
Zibanejad now takes the puck away from Ovechkin. Back to Kreider. Zibanejad to the trailer. Miller shoots. He scores!
With the season in the rearview mirror, all eyes are on the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Up front, backhand try, and they score! Carter Verhaeghe up!
Only one gets to drink from the cup. Follow all the action.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
Sirius XM 91.
And the Sirius XM app.
There is no competition in soccer quite like the UEFA Champions League. And it's on Sirius XM FC. Kylian Mbappe delivering when it matters most. The stakes are higher now in the knockout stage, where one goal can transform a club's trajectory.
Jude Bellingham's driving, scores!
And one performance can turn a star into an immortal.
Harry Kane finishes off the game.
It's the Champions League knockout stage, and all the top matches are on Sirius XM FC 157 and the all-new Sirius XM app.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind Ristolainen, walks in, put it between his legs, shoots it, scores!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
Leafs Radio Network.
No score after the first period. The team's back onto the ice. The Leafs out shooting Boston 12-1. And I don't follow this game that closely, Mr. Ralph, but I suggest that if they outshoot them 36-3, there's a real good chance it could win the game.
Well, I know you don't follow it that closely, but I'm thrilled with your mouth skills tonight.
Oh, thank you.
Like I said to you,
I did take my shoes off.
As long as the third shot for Boston isn't into an empty net.
There you go. Leafs,
there we go.
Leafs to the left and the Bruins to the right, starting the second period at full and even strength. The official getting ready as Tavares' line starts for the Leafs. The puck is dropped and we're underway. Flipped to the line and brought on by Charlie Coyle. He's going to shoot it in and around the board, slowed up there by Wall, grabbed off by Lyubushkin. Lyubushkin got it back of the net. Tavares had to track it down, plays it off the boards to Nyes. Nyes trying to flip it ahead for Nylander. Nylander had to hold up at the blue line and then knocked it down into the zone. Now he stole it but couldn't get a shot away, and the Bruins get it out at center. Nice pass to find Marchand. Marchand in on the right side, mishandled the puck as he had to go into the corner. Gets it back to the point, a shot that was blocked in front of the net. The puck is still free, stolen by Nyes. Nyes couldn't get it around Marchand as it comes around to an open wing, and Nylander has it there with lots of time and space. Nylander working on the backhand to play it ahead and over the line for Domi. Domi stops up, got around one. Domi trying to come to the front of the net. He does! Roll to the line, and it's knocked wide of the goal as McCabe broke in from the defense. Oh, what a great scoring chance that was. Pucked into the Toronto zone, turned away. Back comes Domi. He's possessed as it comes to center, and a penalty coming to Boston behind the play. Bertuzzi taken down and now is hoping that he can bleed. And it looks like it's going to be 4, and it's going to be Pasternak to the bed. 4 minutes.
This could be the turning point of the game right here. First of all, Jake McCabe makes a great move going to the net on the feed from Max Domi. Jeremy Swayman just does kick out the left skate to get a piece of it. And it's after that Pasternak takes down Bertuzzi, and the Leafs have a golden opportunity to open the scoring.
Sweet Marion Joseph, can we please get the puck to the net? Draw one cleanly by Domi, but so cleanly it's all the way down into the Leaf heads. Wall will leave it there. Brought out now by Morgan Riley. Riley trying to drop the puck back, gives it away. And he could have carried it right into the zone. That's the frustrating part about this Leaf power play setup. It is so predictable, it's just wrong. So Nylander now starts down the right wing, drops it back for Domi. Side Tavares, back to the blue line, it comes to Nylander. Down into the corner, Domi centering. It comes back to the point. Riley working in, centering in front, and it was deflected away, and the Leafs are going to have to hurry to keep it in, and they do. Chipped in front of the net, and Riley couldn't knock it down. Nylander back in his own zone. out at center, gets a return pass. Grabbed it off his skate, but lost it. The Bruins have iced the puck.
Well, the second unit coming out now, and they might simplify things a little.
McCabe dropping it back to goaltender Wall. Left there now and brought out at center ice by Bertuzzi. Bertuzzi with a long backhand, but it is stolen by the Bruins. Backhanded by DeBrusk back down the ice.
This could really be a turning point for the Bruins.
Up on the right side for Yarncrook. Left wing feed for Bertuzzi. Bertuzzi trying to center. It goes to the side of the goal and is rung around the boards, and down the ice it goes again. 2:18 in the double minor. McCabe coming out of his own zone. Gets to center and shoots it in. Witherspoon backhanding it behind the net. McAvoy clears to the line, but not out. Riley keeping it in to Yarncrook with a shot. Pad save made by Swayman. Along the boards, Yarncrook blocked it, but it is brought out at center by the Bruins. And Zacha will work in on the wing, and his shot is deflected by Riley up into the screen and out of play. 1:49 to go in the power play. Face-off will be in the Toronto zone to the right of Joseph Wall.
Really, all the Bruins are doing, they're being aggressive with the Leafs. They're not giving them the time and space to set up and look around. They're forcing them to do everything quickly. And usually, the Leafs have more players outside of the slot than they do towards the front of the net.
Coyle taking the draw with Tavares. And it is won by Toronto. Back of the net goes Morgan Riley. Riley drops it back for Domi. Domi starting out down the left wing side. Works to center. Faked the drop pass, then tried to get it in over the line, and he does. Domi back of the net for Marner. Marner against the boards to Tavares. Tavares works back of the goal. Trying to free it up for Domi, who got it around on the wall, but Nylander won't be able to keep it in, and it is cleared by the Bruins back down into the Toronto end. Leafs bring it back. Nylander to center. Tried to get in over the line, but Riley was offside. And 1:14 to go, and I don't know as the Leafs have had more than one shot on goal in the 2 minutes and change that have gone on. 3 minutes and change now.
Now Jake McCabe had the shot to start the period before the penalty was drawn. But you know, when the star group gets criticized, Joe, these are the moments that they've got to be difference makers.
Bruins send it off the boards, cut off there by Nylander, but he lost the puck, and the Bruins send it out and down the ice. To the point where you almost think you want to decline the penalty.
Better 5-on-5.
They sure have it. Now Nylander gets a lead pass. Couldn't get a shot away, though. Chips it into the corner. He won't get there in time, but Tavares did to knock his man down, and the Bruins have sent it out and down the ice into the Toronto zone. Riley's going to have to go all the way back. Wall will leave it there, and now just 40 seconds left in the power play. Robertson swinging it, looking for a pass as it comes up on the wing, and back to Robertson in over the line. Swung it around the boards to the near point. Kept in there by Nyes. Nyes gets it along the boards for Bertuzzi. Back to Nyes. Nyes closing a shot. He broke his stick, and it almost benefited Robertson there. Robertson keeping it in. Robertson along the line, playing it around the boards, back of the net for Bertuzzi. Chipped into the corner now for McCabe. Back for Bertuzzi. It'll come to the line. Kept in by Robertson. Played to an open wing. Bruins get it out, and they're going to kill it off. Leafs to the line and in. Flipping it ahead and in over the line. Played it to the slot area. No one could get a stick on it. It comes back to the blue line. Fed into the corner in the Boston zone. Yarncrook after it there. Bruins can't get it out. Leafs trying to play it in front of the net and do. Backhanded along the boards, but it's intercepted. Launched high to the Leaf blue line. Leafs are going to try and chip it back out, and they do. Puck to the line, but not into the Boston zone. Bertuzzi trying to send it into the zone. Camp took his man out. Puck along the boards. That has created a traffic jam right at the blue line. The puck comes free, and it is Boquist getting it down into the Toronto end. Joel Edmondson against the boards. Round on the wall then goes for Camp. Camp eludes a couple of forecheckers. Looks for a man in front.
Wow.
Wall got run into there by Geeky and went down, but no call. And the puck comes up on the wing and in over the line. Dewar chasing after his man.
The fans should be booing no penalty calls right now.
Around the boards it comes to Lyubushkin. Lyubushkin around back of the net. Drags it along the boards and banks it back to the blue line. Holding it there is Yarncrook trying to get it to the near side, and Benoit's shot. It was going wide and is easily caught by Swayman. Face-off coming in the Boston zone. 13:30 to go in the second period. It is still scoreless, and the Bruins still have just one shot on goal. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Bet365 doesn't do ordinary. That's why they've introduced Same Game Parlay Plus. It's a game changer. Making a same game parlay across different games has never been easier because the biggest games and most popular markets are now all in one place. Check out Same Game Parlay Plus and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 19 or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs.
Go, Leafs, go! Go, Leafs, go! Go, Leafs, go! Come on, guys. I can't hear it, but I can see it in the chat. Spam that chat with Go, Leafs, go. GLG. Hit those emojis if you got them as a member. 99 cents a month. Come on, it's nothing. Cheaper than a cup of coffee. Less than a loony. Go, Leafs, go! Let's fire up that chat. See you guys in a minute.
No one listens to this. Oh, thank you. Yep, great.
Weather reports don't matter when you drive a Subaru. Visit your local Subaru dealer today and book a test drive during the all-weather drive event.
You're listening to Toronto Maple Leafs playoff hockey.
Domi! That was on the rebound. Scores! Max Domi!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
The Leafs nothing and the Boston Bruins nothing. 13:30 to go, second period. Face off to the left of Jeremy Swayman, who has faced 15 Toronto shots. A couple of decent scoring chances, but 0 for 3 on the power play. The Leafs win the draw. Liljegren into the slot. Edmondson dishes it off on the wing, and a shot taken there by Nylander, deflected into the near corner. Back of the net, Nyes for Tavares. Fepped around to the far side. Edmondson pinching, but it is cleared out and down the ice, and Nylander will skate back for it. Icing waved off. Generous call there by the linesman. Played back down into the Boston end, and that'll force Geeky back to recover. Played it off to a defenseman. Tavares got a piece of him. Nice, takes down one. Here's Lowry in over the line. Got a shot away, and a pad save, and a good one made there by goaltender Wall. Puck along the boards, and the Leafs break it out, and Domi's away. Domi through center, flipping it ahead, but it doesn't get in over the line. Bruins send it back in on the right side. Trent Frederick with a sharp angle shot. Stopped by Wall, and now he's faced 3. Back comes Domi on the left wing, but he's by himself, and he can't get around the defense as he is collided with there. One of the Bruins breaks his stick. Here's a chance now for Domi to center in front. It comes back to Lyubushkin. Lyubushkin back to the point. It goes to Riley. Far side now for Marner. Marner swings, goes around back of the net, still with it. Marner stick handling around the debris. Works into the slot with a shot, and it went wide of the goal. Then unable to get to it, Marner had it knocked away, and the Bruins will get it out. Van Riemsdyk just laying it down into the corner. Riley playing it back along the boards for Bertuzzi. Chipped ahead, and out comes Pontus Holmberg with it. Holmberg to center. He's in across the line. Got a shot away. It was knocked down. Big rebound in front, but it got away there from Bertuzzi. And now it's down into the Toronto zone. Actually, that was Robertson who had the chance on the rebound. Leafs bring it back. Robertson playing it through center and down into Boston territory. And an icing call against Toronto.
Hey, Joey.
Hi, Ralphie. What's the statistic?
I got a stat for you.
Yeah?
Do you know that the Toronto Maple Leafs are currently at 250 consecutive games, regular season and playoffs, without being shut out?
Really? Oh, I've never heard that stat before. You should bring that up more often. It's worked fairly well.
I might have thought of bringing it up at the start of the power play.
Yeah. Draw to the right in the Toronto zone.
We are superstitious, aren't we?
Oh, boy. Around back of the net, chipped up on the boards. Robertson got it freed up for Pontus Holmberg, but he couldn't get it out. Bruins get it into the slot. Twisting with it now is McAvoy. Long shot and down his wall to make the save. He hasn't had much to do, so he certainly can't be exhausted by any stretch of the imagination.
But you know what?
He just needs to be focused.
But it can make you nervous as well, because you glance up at the scoreboard, you know what the shots on goal are, and yet you're still in a scoreless game midway through the second period. So it's not as if he can say, well, you know, we're up a couple. Not the end of the world or the season if I give up one, but that's exactly the situation he's in now. Margin of error, similar to what it was for him in Game 5 in Boston.
Face off to the left of Wall. And the draw won cleanly by the Leafs and pushed ahead, and Yarncrook skates it out at center. At the red line, he'll dump it into the corner, and hustling in there after it is Camp. Round back of the net, cut off by Dewar. Dewar around back of the goal, played it off the end boards to himself. Got it back again. Dewar looking for a man in front, still with it. Played it into the corner for Camp. Camp gets it back to the point. Over on the near side to Liljegren. Liljegren's shot was partially deflected wide. Yarncrook frees it up in the corner. Here's Camp coming out. Camp with a shot off a leg into the far corner. Edmondson playing it back into the near side. Pinching down there is Camp trying to get it from Dewar as they go into the corner with a scrum. Pinning it to the boards is Lori. He has it pushed high off a stick now. Oh, and a hit there by the Bruins and knocking Camp down, and he's slow to get up and head to the bench. McAvoy really pasted him on the end boards. Played back down into the Toronto end. Nylander. And then returning the favor was Lyubushkin. Got it out at center and Nyes. Flips it into the left wing corner. Tavares after it as Nylander couldn't trap it as it comes to the blue line. Kept in momentarily there by Lyubushkin, who makes a great play in the center ice area to turn the puck over to Nyes. Wrist shot into the chest of Swayman and held. 9 minutes and 56 seconds of nail-biting action left in the second period. No score, the Leafs and Bruins. This is Game 6. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Ann and Nancy Wilson together again trek across America on Heart's Royal Flush Tour.
That's what we did as musical kids to join the culture flash mob that the Beatles had started.
The Wilson sisters will take a detour to host Deep Tracks with stories, their music, and spin other artists they love. Heart Guest DJ Weekend, starting tomorrow in the Deep Tracks Channel 308 on most radios, all weekend on Channel 79, and always on the SiriusXM app.
Hockey 24/7 on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
This is the NHL. These are pros. You don't want guys to put good power play units on, don't take penalties. You don't want good power play units to score goals when you've given up a whole bunch, kill them. You don't like it, do something about it. If you want to reward your guys who had a good game with a chance to get some more goals and points, do it. If I was a coach, I wouldn't care. Who cares? Worry about your own team. Don't worry about mine.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91. And on your schedule with the Sirius XM app. NHL Morning Skate.
Montreal's Executive Vice President of Hockey Operations, Jeff Gordon. Do you have some priorities here heading to the offseason?
We're going to definitely let it blossom, but, we're looking for maybe ways to move it along, too. We have a lot of assets. We're looking for those opportunities to maybe use some of those assets to set us up at a higher level going forward.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stelling. Weekdays, 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Hi, this is Ray Hudson, and for all the biggest matches from club soccer's holy grail, the UEFA Champions League, tune in to Sirius XM FC 157.
The Leafs Radio Network.
No score. Second period. The Leafs are out shooting the Bruins 18-4. And the face-off in the circle to the right of Jeremy Swayman. Domi scrum the draw, but the Bruins control. Lifted high into neutral ice. Settled there by the Leafs, but then stolen in a shot. Stopped by Wall as it was knocked into the corner then by Brazo. Puck along the boards, trying to play it along the wall. It gets to Marner. Marner turns, got it ahead to the line and out. A delayed offside. Whistle down here as Frederick gets a last hit in and then gets some shoving in with Jake McCabe, and Brazo is there as well.
And this is where you have to sometimes take a punch in the head, because now you've had power plays are 3-0. Don't give the officials anything that they feel that they've got a call to get things a little more evened up here. You've got to remember as well, Boston only had one power play in Game 5.
But they are 6 of 17 with the man advantage. Pontus Holmberg will face off with Trent Frederick. Brazo and Van Riemsdyk flanking him. The draw goes back into the Leaf zone. Benoit skates to center. Deflected it in off the stick of Robertson, but the Bruins, Van Riemsdyk, starts back and clears it down into the Toronto end. Out of the net, Wall to play it along the boards. It's quickly up again and played in over the line then by Gregor. But Witherspoon is able to play it back at center, and it is cleared into the center ice area where the Leafs come away with it again. Robertson turning back in his own zone. Plays it off to the defense on the left wing side. Chipped ahead, but not into the zone. Lead pass brings the Bruins in over the line with Pasternak closing. Stop the rebound. Stopped by Wall. And the puck is in on the end boards. Centering effort didn't work. Benoit trying to work it along the boards. Pasternak able to come and get it back to the point. Witherspoon D to D. Shot into the slide now, and now Pasternak with a weak shot wide. Puck to the side of the goal. Centered. Wall down, and he's caught it.
This has been a difficult game for Joseph Wall. I know only 6 shots, but every bit of action around the net has been a scramble. As Pasternak does a great job to hold on to the puck on a 2-on-2, have his line mate go to the net, and then he cuts around the maze and tries to get it through. First shot was blocked. The rebound went right back onto the stick of Pasternak, and Joseph Wall had to be sharp to track the puck and then seal off the bottom of the net to keep it out.
Face off in the circle to the left of Wall. 8:33 to play, second period. The draw scrummed but controlled by Toronto. Poked out into neutral ice. Tavares unable to get to it. Pasternak has it knocked off his stick deeper into Boston territory. Lori to the right wing side. McAvoy finds Marchand. Marchand trying to send it into the side of the Leaf goal. Coming out to the side of the goal, and down is Wall again. And he's covered that up. Face off again in the Toronto end.
So Joseph Wall, this is his 4th start in the playoffs. The previous 3, 2 of them went to overtime. And his first appearance in the Florida series last year in relief when Ilya Samsonov got hurt in Game 3. That game went to overtime. So he may not have a lot of playoff experience, but he's got a lot of high pressure experience in the playoffs.
Draw to his right. And being waved out now is John Beecher. So Boquist will move in. Jesper Boquist facing off with Tavares, and the puck comes to the near boards, but it is cleared back in the net. Trying to drive the net. Good poke check there by Wall. The puck comes back to the blue line. Wall's lost his stick, and there's going to be a penalty to Toronto. Shot in the slot area, knocked down in front. Touched by Tavares. A tripping call against the Maple Leafs.
You know it was eventually going to come. And with 7:58 to go here in the second period, it's coming. As you mentioned, the Leafs only one time short in Game 5. Obviously killed that off. But now the Boston Bruins, who have not generated a whole lot offensively, they do have 6 shots here in the second period after just 1 in the opening 20 minutes. Even Matthew Nyes was tripped up at that point.
Lyubushkin's getting the penalty, and he's disbelieving. Is it Wall who tripped the player in front? We'll wait and see. Lyubushkin has gone.
Even the referee doesn't seem to know.
Well, now
it was Joseph Wall. It was. Have they given it to Wall?
I don't know, but Tavares has just replaced Lyubushkin because the Leafs will want him to penalty kill, and Tavares will not.
Yeah, it's Joseph Wall who actually lost his stick.
So the face-off in the Leaf zone to the left. First power play opportunity for Boston. Camp will take the draw against Charlie Coyle. The Bruins have been excellent at this penalty killing, and Coyle wins the draw. Back to the point it goes. McAvoy sifts to the middle, then dishes it off on the right wing side. Got it back again. In on the left wing side it comes. Geekie getting it to the slot area. Puck still free. Cleared to the line and intercepted. And now brought to center ice by Marner. Marner in over the line. Marner trying to send it in front of the net for the Leafs Camp, but couldn't find him. Now the Leafs will get a change of penalty killing forwards at least. Bruins coming out, dropping it back. DeBrusk hits the line. DeBrusk got through a couple of Leafs right at the blue line, works it back towards the line, sends it in along the boards for Marchand. Back to the point, McAvoy. Down into the corner, Coyle sprawling to block a centering pass was Edmondson. Now McAvoy against the boards, stolen by the Leafs and wired down the ice by Yarncrook. Wholesale changes for the penalty killers. Minute to go on the power play for Boston. Shattenkirk dropping it back for Pasternak. Pasternak to center to the line and in on the wing. Pass into the slot is gloved and thrown aside by the Leafs. Back of the net it goes. They're going to get it back and wired around the boards and out and down the ice. Courtesy Simon Benoit.
Boy, Joseph Wall, you kind of question his idea to play the puck. He threw it to the corner. The Leafs eventually get it out and down the ice.
Brought on now by Pasternak to the line. Broken up by the Leafs. Stolen back to the blue line. Chopped to the line and out by Mitchell Marner. Bruins trying to get back in on the left wing with Van Riemsdyk. Pass into the slot and a shot is blocked. The rebound back to the blue line. Shattenkirk. Penalty has 8 seconds left. Back of the net, it's sent to the side of the goal. Now in front. Played off the boards to center. And Tavares will escape. It's too bad that wasn't a couple of seconds earlier. Fans on their feet saluting the penalty kill for Toronto. Marner doesn't get the puck out, but it's going to be brought out at center by Tavares. He hits the line. Tavares trying to stick handle in, goes around back, and that's centered. Marner couldn't get a shot away. Maroon getting it up on the wing and out for Boston. Cleared by Frederick into the Toronto end. Riley takes his man out. Tavares shielding the puck nicely to get it up on the wing. Played ahead on the boards. Leafs don't get it out the first time, but do the second. Morgan Riley leading the rush. In on the right side, Nyes to the front of the net. Dropping it back, Nylander, and he didn't shoot it. Bruins come back. Maroon to the line and in. Had it knocked away, and the Leafs have it again in their own zone. Morgan Riley lead pass. Nylander closing, and he shot it off the blocker of Swayman. Puck to the near boards in the Boston end. Brought out at center, and Liljegren got trapped. Now DeBrusk working in. Stick check made there by Wall. Puck comes back to the blue line, kept in by Boston. Lowry on the left point, closing with a shot. Wall the save, big rebound in front of the goal. It's played back to the point. Lowry to the near side, one-timer pass in front, cleared off the side of the net wide. Nyes needs to get it out, but doesn't. It comes to an open wing, and the Leaf defense will get to it. Played high through center ice. Bruins at their own zone. Played it back to the Leaf blue line. Cut off there by Bertuzzi, but he couldn't get it into the zone. Now it is Pasternak with a bouncing puck in on goal. Stop! Down his wall. He mishandled it there for a split second, but was able to get that big mitt on it again and hold it.
It was a little bit of an AstroTurf bounce, wasn't it? Short hopped. Wall was able to knock it down, but it got away from him before he was able to corral it back in. But I'll tell you one thing, the penalty kill is making a lot more noise in this building than the power play.
4:02 left in the period, still no score. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
And now it's time for our Subaru Weather Report. So, Harold, what's it look?
Hey Insiders, seems like we just passed 16,000 subscribers and we're 180 away from crossing that 17,000 mark. Check the countdown in the chat. Keep the countdown going. Let's hit 17,000 tonight. Members, you've got the emoji, the 17K emoji. Let's make it happen in Game 6 while our buds fight for their lives to force a Game 7. Hit that like button as well if you haven't done so already. And guys, let's change the world one insider at a time. If you're subscribed, you're an insider. Let's go, guys. I want to see that chat popping off. Let's get loud. Let's push our Leafs to victory here in Game 6 at home. See you guys in the chat.
Plan that's connecting Ontario. We're building new roads and highways like the Bradford Bypass and Highway 413 to shorten your daily commute by up to an hour. And adding more lanes to reduce gridlock on some of North America's busiest routes to keep you and our economy moving forward. Also, you can get around faster, safer, easier. See what we're building in your community at ontario.ca/builds. Paid for by the Government of Ontario.
You're listening to Toronto Maple Leafs playoff hockey.
Holy mackerel! The birthday boy has got 3!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Well, there's no sense in doing this the easy way. Why would they? Messing around? Why would they? 4:02 to go in a scoreless second period.
We're throwing out as many superstitions as we can, and one we used last game as well. I'm going to say hello to my father listening to Sault Ste. Marie. The reason I'm here, by the way, because, for a number of reasons. When I was 16,
one big one for you.
When I was 16, I left home.
Yep. Homesick,
playing junior in Ottawa. He said, "You're not coming home," and that eventually led me here. Now, I have missed him over the last 45 years. Hope to see him soon.
Yes, well, all the best up in the Sioux. Bruins control the face-off. Boquist sending it back. Maroon was bodied. Boquist against the boards. The puck to the near side. Yarncrook couldn't get to it. And it's cleared along the boards, but not out. Back to the point. A long shot is gloved easily there by Wall, who really looks very confident back there between the wickets for the Maple Leafs.
Remember years ago when you always know the Black Aces go up to the playoffs? Chicago had played a game that went to triple overtime against the Minnesota North Stars, and Tony Esposito was a goaltender. He said when they came back on the day off, he said the important thing about a tie game, whether it's an overtime or regulation, don't play the game at the other end. Don't sit there and try to hope your team. You sit back, worry about your own job, and don't get caught up in the score.
Played off the boards by the Leafs to the left wing side, but it is stopped there by the Bruins and played into the near corner. Played ahead, but cut off there nicely by John Beecher. Back in behind the net to the far corner. Nyes unable to reach it. Pasternak cycling the puck down into the corner, and Lyubushkin is working there against DeBrusk. Puck along the boards. Nyes outfights his man, but can't get it up on the wing. Off a skate, it comes back to the point. Here's McAvoy, left wing side for Lori, and a pass in, looking for a redirect that didn't happen. Tavares can't get it out on the far side. Here's a chance in front with a shot, and again Wall just snaps that out like he's picking cherries and holds for a face-off in the Toronto zone.
Well, you knew there was no way the Leafs were going to hold Boston to an average of a shot a period the rest of the way. And like we saw in Game 5, the Bruins have become more dangerous as this game has gone on.
13 shots now for Boston, 19 for the Maple Leafs. They've had just 7 in this period. The Bruins have had a dozen. Face off to the left of Wall. Won by Boston at the point. McAvoy! Oh, and a great pad save made by Wall there. It bounces in front of the net. Cleared into the corner and Liljegren in there. Domi has lost his stick. I don't know if it's lost or broken. No, he's able to use it. The puck along the boards then for Bertuzzi. Bertuzzi chipping it, and he'll get it out at center ice. What a great pad save that was. Right leg snapping out there. In rapier-like fashion, Mr. L. Puck in the Toronto zone. Domi just lifts it high to center. Batted to the near side. It would be a glove pass, but the Leafs are able to play it back, but they don't get it out. Kept in now by Boston. Into the near corner. Marchand with a backhand. Stop. The rebound comes in front, and the Leafs are going to get it free and quickly brought to center ice and in over the line by Pontus Holmberg. Played off the backboards then by Brandon Carlo. Bruins get it out. Frederick is knocked down, but Van Riemsdyk is able to get it into the Toronto end. Benoit circles the goal and starts up the left wing boards. Tried to make a pass ahead, but it was blocked. He'll shoot it into the Boston. Ow! And hit the referee.
That was an offside as well.
It's a tough call for the referee, who took that one in the nether regions. Dan O'Rourke is happy that he brought all of his equipment tonight.
And a bit of a break for the Leafs, because they would have had to clear the zone and give the Bruins the easy out. And instead, they're going to get a face-off in front of their own bench just outside the Boston blue line.
Minute 53 to go in the second period. The Leafs have not scored 3 or more goals in 12 playoff games. And it doesn't look like we're going to get an avalanche here tonight.
But with the shots on goal here in the second period, 13-7 for the Bruins. 12-1 Toronto after the first. And this is really starting to feel like Game 5 all over again.
Puck comes back to the blue line. Backhanded in by McCabe. Leafs into the forecheck. A hit there by Gregor, but the puck comes along the boards. McCabe was able to keep it in. Now Robertson launches it high off the far glass. Pontus Holmberg in against the boards. Gregor hoping for a loose puck to materialize. It does, but he can't get his stick on it. Holmberg does. Holmberg swinging it around the boards. It'll come to McCabe, but he's on his backhand and can't do much with it. Played it back of the net. Holmberg unable to get to it. In goes Robertson. Holmberg takes his man down. Robert coming out in front of the net. Dropping it back to the near side. McCabe wires it just wide, and it hit the referee again. Shot out and down the ice by Boston, and an icing call with 1:06 to go in the second period. Face off in the Boston end.
Well, you get the feeling that Nick Robertson is bound. He gets that one good chance. Had the puck in the slot, stick handled into the slot, and just had it roll off his stick. But then Jake McCabe, just a blast from the right point that missed far side.
Tavares, Nylander and Nyes, Riley and Liljegren. Draw to the right of Swayman. Scrum by Toronto. Back to the point it comes. Liljegren at the right side into the slot area for Nylander. Nylander circles now, trying to make a play. Works down the right wing boards. Got a shot. He scores! Wee Willie fires it into the screen, and the Leafs have a 1-0 lead.
54.8 seconds left in the second period. This may have gone off McAvoy in front, but Nylander gets the puck near the Leaf or the Bruin blue line. Sharp cut to get back towards the top of the right wing circle and just throws it to the net with some traffic in front. And it eludes Swayman and the Leafs have the lead. John Tavares took a swipe at it as well, but Jeremy Swayman froze. And does this go off McAvoy? Yes. Off the left hip of Charlie McAvoy.
First goal of the playoffs for William Nylander. And this building is electric. Shot down into the Boston zone. Down along the boards, it's cuddled off now by the Leafs, and Nyes rocked around, attempted front, and it went right through the goal crease. Kept in by Morgan Riley. Riley tries to center. It comes back on the blue line, and the Bruins are going to get it out. Backhanded hag to the Leaf blue line, and now controlled by Toronto, and played around the boards to Riley. Off the boards to center. Chipped to the line, but not out. Bruins keeping it in. DeBrusque sends it around back of the net for Pasternak. Pasternak with 20 seconds. Handled there nicely by Lyubushkin. And the puck is intercepted and now played by Marner up on the wing, and the Leafs are just going to get it down into Boston territory. 7 seconds left. They're on their feet at Scotiabank Arena. The vault is electric, and the Leafs will carry a 1-0 lead to the third period.
And the non-shutout streak reaches 251 games. Hi, Dad.
Hi, Dad.
We're
you
gonna.
Got anything else in your pocket
No.
you want to tell me about?
It'll be my daughter's dog next. Anything with our superstition to keep her going, we'll do it. But Willie Nylander gets a break, throwing it to the net. And Joe, that's exactly what they need to do more of. Traffic in front, throw it to the net. Jeremy Swayman and Joseph Wall have been so good. If they see it, they're going to stop it.
Liljegren and Riley with the assists will ship it off to Eilish Forfar and Justin Cuthbert with the Leafs 1-0 leaders after 40 minutes. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Nobody covered the 2024 draft like NFL Radio.
What's up, insiders? Go Leafs, go! What a goal at the end of the second period! Yes! Woo! That's how you finish the period. Go Leafs, go! Go Leafs, go! Get that chat going. Let's hear it for that goal. Holy cow!
And subscribe.
There you go, Sarah, with the like and subscribe. Go back to getting your nails done, kid. Wow. Oh my God. We got text messages going on over here and everything. What a finish to the period. Ladies and gentlemen, I got a kick. I had to come in here and jump in real quick during the commercial break because I played that sub promo that I recorded before the game, and thank you. 17,000. This is insane. The response that we have gotten as a community, and this idea that I had, this channel, has absolutely blown up. Thank you all for hitting that subscribe button. Thank you all for hanging out with us. This is insane. We are passing 25,000 views. This is just going up and up and up and up. The subscribers keep going up. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And you know what? It's every single ad revenue, every single click, every single piece of it is going to Sick Kids Hospital. And this is the most fun I've ever had in my entire life because with this community, you all have made me realize my dreams have come true. So I'm ready to turn this thing up, and this is something that has changed my life and my family's life, just like Sick Kids Hospital has. And Grandma up in Vancouver and Mom, God bless you. I love you, Mom. I miss you so much, and I can't wait to watch the Leafs win the Stanley Cup. So we're going to get right back at it, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go get this game right now, Leafs. We got the 1-0 lead heading into the third period. Go refill those cocktails. Go get your beers out of the fridge. Go share this link, please. That's all I ask. Go share this link to your friends. Put it up on the Leafs boards. Put it out on Twitter. Put it on Instagram, whatever. Follow us, all of that. Guys, let's get over 3,000 fans, Leafs fans in the chat, and some Bruins fans too, in the chat here in this third period. And let's do something crazy. And let's go get Game 7. Thank you guys very much for being here. Go Leafs, go. See you in the chat. Woo! I'm excited. Thank you all for helping us get to 17,000. I say us because this is everybody. Thank you.
John Laughlin and Gord Stella. Weekdays, 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Hey Toronto, I'm David Morsuti, host of the daily Toronto Maple Leafs podcast, Locked On Leafs, part of the Locked On Podcast Network on the Sirius XM app. Every weekday, we bring you the latest Leafs news and analysis, break down all the action, including this game you're listening to right now, and preview the next one. We're giving you everything a Leafs fan could want, all in a daily 30-minute podcast. Download Locked On Leafs right now on the SiriusXM app, available with all trials and popular plans, or where you get your podcasts. Search Locked On Leafs.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind Ristolainen, walks in, put it between his legs, shoots and scores!
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM.
And the Leafs Radio Network.
Back to the point it comes. Liljegren at the right side into the slot area for Nylander. Nylander circles now, trying to make a play. Works down the right wing. Gord's got a shot. He scores! Wee Willie fires it into the screen, and the Leafs have a 1-0 lead.
Welcome back to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network. Ailish, Forfire, and Justin Cuthbert. And that was very important for the Maple Leafs. William Nylander with 54 seconds left in the second period to give them the 1-0 lead going into the second intermission. And I think that was a good time to stop the Bruins' momentum, to give the Maple Leafs a goal and maybe take a deep breath. I think it's going to be a white-knuckle third period, to say the least.
Yeah, it is too bad that you can't just erase the first 4 games of the series, because it looks like the Toronto Maple Leafs have unlocked something in terms of strategy and in terms of approach to the series. Like, yeah, it was a little bit more open in the second. There wasn't just one shot on the board for the Boston Bruins like it was after the first period. But the Leafs are playing a real tight checking, suffocating style, trying to minimize chances, low event as much as possible, and rewarded for 40 minutes, or I guess 39 minutes of real solid disciplined hockey with a goal under a minute to go in that second period. Now, preserving the lead is another task, but the Maple Leafs have adjusted their game here from what's normal, and the coaching staff and the players deserve credit for executing what's been 40 really solid minutes of slightly uncharacteristic hockey for the Maple Leafs.
Yeah, and getting a goal in that last minute is something usually the Leafs give up. So a nice shift to have them go into the intermission with a goal to kind of to stab the Bruins one last time.
You're big on those. That's big, right? We talked about that, a negative for the Leafs a lot. Like they can use that in their favor this time.
Now they go into that third period knowing it's just time to shut it down. Whereas I was getting a little anxious watching that second period, thinking, I wrote it down, like, you're one shot away from it being one of those games where you show the deserve-o-meter and you go, well, the Leafs deserve to win this one, but they end up losing 1-0 off a bad bounce, off a deflection or something. It was getting to the point where if you went into the third period tied 0-0, that is not a comfortable spot to be in. Even though it's still a 1-0 game, it's just the Leafs go in there with a sigh of relief, and now the Bruins are starting to think, we're 20 minutes away from losing this game and going back for a Game 7. We've been here before. So I think just even getting that one with the last minute, having it be William Nylander, who has ended now a 13-game goalless drought. Like, he was our player to watch earlier in the show, because it was time for a big star to be a big star. And he did that there, the way he controlled the puck. And, it wasn't like the most glamorous of goals, but that's what this game's going to be about. Throw it on net and see what happens. It deflects off one of the Boston Bruins shin pads and goes in, and that's what it's going to take. I'll say, before we go any further, so much credit goes to Joseph Woll for holding it right now at a 1-0 lead for the Maple Leafs, because that is like maybe the hardest game for a goaltender to play. He gets one shot in the first period after warming up, so he's all warm, then he's standing around doing nothing. Then the second period starts similar, but then the Bruins have all of these spurts of offensive pressure where he's making save after save after save, and then it quiets down again. And for someone to be dialed in for the entire time, to be strong, to be on point, as much as Joseph Woll has been, that's the hardest thing for a goaltender to do. You'd almost rather them have 30 shots and a nice pace for a goaltender to be locked in the whole time. But he's looked unbelievable. He's made some huge saves for the Maple Leafs, and that's why they're leading.
Yeah, a shot that is the second shot he saw of the game was after 15 minutes of actual clock time. And then 35 minutes, because you throw an intermission in there, I guess maybe 33, because crazy. I think it's officially 18. So yeah, he had nothing until Mason Lohrei was steaming in on him, and he throws out the left pad, kicks it away, and just like nothing had changed for him. Like he'd been fully immersed in the game, just like everybody else. So yeah, Joseph Wall, you nailed it. I think he deserves a lot of credit for that game being 0-0 until it was 1-0 for the Maple Leafs. But yeah, I mean, another reason why you're thinking about, hey, too bad the series didn't start after Game 4. Well, you got a fully healthy William Nylander who's twisting and turning and putting a shot on net that eventually gives the Maple Leafs the lead. And we talked in the pregame about Jeremy Swayman being like full Bruin, right? Wearing the Bruins colors, tattooed on his forehead. It's all about culture with the Boston Bruins. We got all our guys. I thought I saw Jeremy Swayman shoot a little look at Charlie McAvoy for standing in front of him and deflecting a shot around
Justin.
him. So, hey, if you talk it, you got to walk it. And there was, at least for a moment, out of character, Jeremy Swayman, looking a little frustrated with a Boston Bruin teammate.
Okay. Should we mention the 4-minute 5-on-4 that the Maple Leafs?
We didn't have to, but I guess we will.
Maybe we're going to do what Ralphie and Bonesy are trying to do, is reverse jinx them. I don't even know. A 4-minute 5-on-4 was almost it's unwatchable. I think they hit an all-time low after that. I'm laughing because I just didn't think it could get worse, and it got worse. Their penalty kill was actually the biggest momentum shift for the Maple Leafs than their power play. Like they actually were generating chances and energy from the PK, which is, not an uncommon thing. And the power play does the opposite. It sucks the life out of the room. It sucks the life out of the team. And kudos to the fans for not booing the 5-on-4 for 4 minutes, because it was horrid.
Yeah, it was really bad. It's too easy for Boston. Like, too easy. It's almost like practice. It's actually worse than that. It's like when an NBA star shows up at like a middle school to work with the community, and it's just block after block after block, because it just seems like, easy pickings. Boston standing up at their own blue line, denying entries, forcing them to give up the puck, and immediately it's going back down the other way. Like, Boston just has this Maple Leafs power play figured out right now. There should be an adjustment. I don't know if they have a personnel for the adjustment, but even getting into the zone to do what you would do if you had Austin Matthews is an impossibility at this point. So I don't know what's saving this power play other than potentially moving on from a series with the Boston Bruins.
Okay, let's take a quick break. Maple Leafs with a late goal in the second period, courtesy of William Nylander, to end his 13-game drought, to give them the 1-0 lead going into the third and final frame, as they're on home ice facing an elimination to push a Game 7 on Saturday night in Boston. We'll take a quick break. You're listening to Most Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Every year, fans debate over the draft. Who's going first? At Chuck's, they already know. The top draft choice is that icy cold 18-ounce Molson Canadian you're holding, and it's just $4 at Chuck's during Leafs games. No wonder that at draft time, Canadians are always in high demand. Chuck's Roadhouse Bar and Grill. Food the way it ought to be. Price the way it used to be.
And now it's time for our Subaru weather report. So, Harold, what's it looking like?
Jim, we can expect more thunderstorms as the evening approaches, and then overnight... Oh, hold on. Yeah, can I get 2 number 6s with a side of curly fries? Hold the onions, please. Yeah.
Harold, are you in the drive-thru right now?
Jim, no one listens to this. Oh, thank you. Yeah, great.
Weather reports don't matter when you drive a Subaru. Visit your local Subaru dealer today and book a test drive during the all-weather drive event.
NHLshop.ca, the official online store of the National Hockey League. And Canada's largest selection of officially licensed.
Hey, insiders! It's Joe Bowen, the voice of the Toronto Maple Leafs here. And holy Mackinac, another great night here on TSI. First and foremost, Mike wanted me to thank you all for being here and helping create this amazing community that we have here at Toronto Sports Insider. Just by listening to this message, you are a part of something very, very special. Mike has asked me to help in his goal of making a difference to Sick Kids Hospital with this great group of Toronto sports fans. Now, Sick Kids Hospital is very near and dear to my heart. My son Sean was diagnosed with leukemia when he was just a year old, And he's 30-some-odd years of age now and a big strapping lad because of their magic that they work at Sick Kids. Toronto Sports Insider is donating 100% of the channel's revenue through the Leafs 2024 Stanley Cup playoffs run. Now's the time for this community of Leaf fans to make a real-world difference together. Now, the best way for us to increase the amount of the donation is to please share the link to Toronto Sports Insider right here on YouTube to bring more Leaf fans into this amazing community. Changing the world, one insider at a time. We'll see you in the chat. And holy Mackinac, go Leafs, go.
To the rink, far side, now to Tavares. Tavares down the right wing, trying to barge to the front of the goal. He does! They score! They score! The Leafs have won the game! Nice jumping it in as Tavares one-handed in front. The Leafs are coming home, and they've won Game 5 by a score of 2-1. Holy mackerel, what a play!
Oh, what a victory it was in game number 5 in Boston. We forced game 6 tonight. I would ask the question. I'm ready. I would ask if you're ready, but I know the answer because you're here watching this video right now. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get after it tonight. Let's have a lot of fun, just like we did in game number 5 when we got that big winner by Matthew Nyes. Let's do it again and force that game 7 back in Boston. Leafs fans, you know what to do. Get that chat going. Go Leafs, go. Let's say hi to everybody. Give everybody the cheers, the welcome, and let's have a lot of fun tonight. Don't forget to hit that like button. Helps bring more Leafs fans into the chat every single game. And hey, if you're new here, hit that subscribe button as well. Turn on the bell. You'll never miss a game with us here on Toronto Sports Insider. All right, guys, let's get going into the chat shortly. The game is starting up within the next hour or so. Depends on when you're watching this. But go Leafs, go. Can't wait to see you guys in the chat.
Fan of the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Hey everyone, it's your friend John Mayer here. Genres aren't rock or pop or hip hop. They're real genres of life. They're like Mondays, dinner with family, songs I remember from junior high. And that's what you're gonna get on Life with John Mayer. It's my music, it's everyone else's music. It's singing in the shower and a quiet night at home. Come along with me as I play music that fits the moments of your life as they happen. On now, Channel 14, and on the SiriusXM app.
The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
You either put up or shut up. Marchand does, Doughty does, Stone does. And if you don't have enough of those players, get rid of them, because they'll make you lose. They'll frustrate the fan base. I want people that are with me, rowing in the same direction. And if you can't, get out of town. We'll find someone who can.
The Power Play. Weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91 and the SiriusXM app.
There's still time left here as Martin backs it in. He scores!
Zibanejad now takes the puck away from Ovechkin. Back to Kreider.
Go Leafs, go! Go Leafs, go! Go Leafs, go! Come on, guys. I can't hear it, but I can see it in the chat. Spam that chat with Go Leafs, go. GLG. Hit those emojis if you got them as a member. 99 cents a month. Come on, it's nothing. Cheaper than a cup of coffee. Less than a loonie. Go Leafs, go! Let's fire up that chat. See you guys in a minute.
XMFC. Kylian Mbappe delivering when it matters most. The stakes are higher now in the knockout stage, where one goal can transform a club's trajectory. Jude Bellingham's driving, scores! And one performance can turn a star into an immortal. Harry Kane finishes off the game. It's the Champions League knockout stage, and all the top matches are on SiriusXM-FC 157 and the all-new SiriusXM app.
The best hockey lives here.
Burns gets it back, stick handles to the backhand, moves in front, score!
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM.
Leafs Radio Network.
Tie a period, and we have Game 7 in Boston. The Leafs lead it 1-0 on a goal by William Nylander from Liljegren and Riley at 19:05 of the second period. The puck has dropped, and we're underway for the third, as it's played by Labushkin off a stick into the Boston zone. Errant pass comes to the near wing. Brought back now by Nyes. Left back into the slot, and now Riley. A pass back up off Nyes' stick down into Boston territory. Nyes got there first but couldn't chip it in front of the net. Bruins get it up on the wing, and Pasternak has it taken away at the Leaf defense. Riley for Lyubushkin. Up ahead, and now Morgan Riley carries in on the left wing, just flipping it high over top of the goal off the end boards. Bruins are back there as the Leafs are changing. Boston starting out. Up on the right side, it comes for Geekie. Geekie and across the line with a shot, and that goes off a stick and up into the screen. The Leafs have blocked 15 shots, but I think they have deflected about 10 or 12 that have gone up into that screen. And Joe Woll has been outstanding when he's had to be outstanding.
Thankfully, we get that early face-off so some people can get to their seats for the third period. That's a lot of gray over there, eh? Or platinum showing.
Face-off to the left of Woll, but this crowd has really been electric when they have been engaged. I got to give them that. They have been terrific. Domi leaning in against Charlie Coyle. Linesman going over the official rules of the face-off etiquette. And the puck is dropped, and Domi wins the draw cleanly. Round back of the net now for Benoit. Benoit plays it up on the wing, and it is chipped out at center ice by Marner. Bruins go back into their own zone. Lindholm dropping it up on the board, stolen by Domi. His wrist shot went well wide. Kept in at the blue line, then by McCabe. Backhanded into the corner, but it's cleared up on the wing, and now Marchand gets it ahead to Coyle. Coyle on the right wing to Geekie, drop pass, and Woll swallows up that point shot from Brandon Carlo and holds it for a face-off in the Toronto zone, and the obligatory pushing and shoving goes on. Geekie in there. Oh, and so's Marchand.
Well, I think they've done a pretty good job of not making Marchand the center of attention. Because it seems the more attention you pay to him, the more involved he gets into the game. By the way, for Brandon Carlo, that was from about the same range that he beat Ilya Samsonov in Game 1. Top of the right wing circle. Not as much traffic in front on that as it came off the rush.
Face off to the left in the Toronto zone. Camp wins it cleanly. Edmondson steps in front of his own goal and smartly brings it to center. Backhanding it to the line, but it's going to be offside as unable to get to it in time was Yarncrook, and it'll be brought back out into the center ice area. Game 7 will be on Saturday night, and at this point it's a 7 o'clock start. And
well, it'll be the only game, for sure.
Toronto Dominion Garden. But some work to be done here first.
Willie Nylander's goal, that's his first.
First point.
But first goal since March 26th.
Played off the boards. The Bruins get it in over the line on the left wing side. Frederick is taken out of the play there nicely by Camp. And now wheeling it up at center is Camp to get it to the line. And he'll play it in over the line, but the Bruins are there. Quickly back the other way. In over the line, it comes for Brazo, a shot. And it was deflected wide of the Leaf goal. Brought out on the left wing side by Dewar, but he doesn't get it out. Kept alive by Frederick, a centering pass, and Brazo couldn't get a stick on it. Around the boards to the near side. Dewar playing it back into his own zone, and now here's Morgan Riley waiting for teammates to change. Dewar got it to within about 5 feet of the blue line and didn't get it out. And those little plays have got to be made. Leafs to center. Pontus Holmberg flips it in wide of the goal. Into the corner, he roars in there after it. Puck along the boards, the Bruins are able to punch it out at center. Played back along by McCabe, but brought to the line and in by Zaka. Long shot, juggled and held by Joseph Woll.
Do not know how you can come into this position and be that composed. We have seen some great goaltending performances by first-timers from Patrick Waugh to Jordan Biddington. But my goodness, like, would you not think at some point he would say, wow, this is a pretty big deal?
Yeah, he just said he's having a blast.
Yeah, Joseph Waugh looks like he was born for this moment. 20-15 now the shots favoring the Leafs.
Draw one by Toronto. Nyes back of the goal, knocked down Pasternak, the puck into the far corner, Zacha onto it, back to the point, it comes to McAvoy. McAvoy shot, deflected just wide, and the puck along the boards now, and McCabe lifting it into center ice, but the Bruins are pressing here. Shot back into the Toronto end. Out of the net, it's cleared into the corner, and McCabe looks to move it up ice. Plays it up on the right wing side, and Nylander, the goal scorer, works in on the right side. Nylander to the right side, and then got a shot away that went around the boards. Trapped at the point by Edmondson. Down into the corner for Nyes, centering pass, and a one-timer by Tavares went wide. He's heading to the bench. Nyes doing yeoman service in the corner. Edmondson keeps it in with a shot that went wide. Domi traps. Domi in the far corner. Back of the net, cut off. Round the boards it'll come. Edmondson keeping it in. Round on the far side for Bertuzzi. Bertuzzi for Domi. Domi does a nice job to free it up. Marner unable to get to it. Bertuzzi into the near corner. And the Bruins are going to get it out at center ice. Played down into the Toronto end as Marchand tripped up the Leafs defenseman, and no call. Bertuzzi back into the offensive zone. Couldn't get around the defense of Lori. And the Bruins counterattack. Brought on by McAvoy. McAvoy dropping it back into the slot. A drive blockered there and knocked down by Pontus Holmberg. Leafs don't get it out. Into the corner it goes. Maroon trying to center. It goes to McAvoy, and his shot went wide. Played around the boards and back of the net into the near corner. Riley got it ahead for Marner. He needs to get it out. He will with the assistance of Pontus Holmberg. He skates to center and in. Holmberg into the corner. Holmberg driving the net. Oh, and a chance there for Nylander, or for Robertson rather, and he couldn't get a stick on it. Puck in the center ice area, shot into the Leaf end. Slowed up by Wall, back of the goal, and given to Morgan Riley. And the crowd getting back into it. We asked them to be proactive. They have been all of that and more here this evening. Here's a chance for the long shot taken by Gregor that went wide. Gregor along the board, stolen back. Robertson got it back towards the blue line, but it's brought out at center by Brazo. Trying to get around McCabe, but failing. Good back checking there by Robertson. Robertson taken to the boards. It's swung around the wall. It's going to come all the way down into Boston territory. 5 minutes in the books. 1-0 Toronto. Brought out at center by Boston. Played in over the line. Cut off by Liljegren. A pass ahead. Tavares has a break. He's in a goal. Oh, and he grazes the post on the far side. Off the boards and backhanded by Dewar, but not in deep. Leafs will get half a change done. Bruins back to center ice, stolen by Bertuzzi. He'll knock it deeper into Boston territory. Bruins against the boards. Tavares got it freed up. Bertuzzi around the boards to the far side, kept in by Lyubushkin. To Bertuzzi in the corner. Marner trying to fish a loose puck free, and does to Bertuzzi. Bertuzzi working it back to Marner. Marner back into the corner for Bertuzzi. Doesn't go to Domi. He works it up to the side, but it went off his stick and cleared to center ice by Boston. Riley right back in. Drop past Max Domi into the slot area, and Marner couldn't pull the trigger on the shot. Carries into the corner though. Cut off by Bertuzzi. Rubbed in front of the net, but is brought out now by Boston. Geekie across the line, into the slot, tried to play it in. Marchand had a great chance and couldn't get to it. Wall is down. The puck goes right across the goal crease. Holy mackerel, what a break. Shot there, stopped. Another shot, stopped by Wall. He's got it again. Holy mackerel. There stands Joseph like a stone wall.
I'm with you and the 18,500 other in this building. Fortunate bounces, spectacular save, keeps the Leafs up by 1.
1-0 Toronto. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Did you know you can get home and away feeds for every MLB, NHL, and NBA game on your phone?
3 for the win. He got it!
Every game, all season. It's all on the SiriusXM app.
It's out of here!
Sports, the way they're meant to be heard. With your hometown announcers just a tap away.
It is gone! An incredible finish!
Search for your team and tap the plus sign to add it to your library. Every game, all...
Hey, insiders! It's Joe Bowen, the voice of the Toronto Maple Leafs here. And holy Mackinac, another great night here on TSI. First and foremost, Mike wanted me to thank you all for being here and helping create this amazing community that we have here at Toronto Sports Insider. Just by listening to this message, you are a part of something very, very special. Mike has asked me to help in his goal of making a difference to Sick Kids Hospital with this great group of Toronto sports fans. Now, Sick Kids Hospital is very near and dear to my heart. My son Sean was diagnosed with leukemia when he was just a year old, and he's 30-some-odd years of age now and a big strapping lad because of their magic that they work at Sick Kids. Toronto Sports Insider is donating 100% of the channel's revenue through the Leafs 2024 Stanley Cup playoffs run. Now's the time for this community of Leaf fans to make a real-world difference together. Now, the best way for us to increase the amount of the donation is to please share the link to Toronto Sports Insider right here on YouTube to bring more Leaf fans into this amazing community. Changing the world, one insider at a time. We'll see you in the chat. And holy Mackinac, go Leafs, go.
Out the other side.
Draw taken by Geekie and Tavares wins it. Leafs play it high, and it's going to go down for an icing.
Well, even though we would have had this great fantasy after the first period that Boston would be held to 3 shots, no scoring chances, well, it hasn't turned out that way. As the Bruins, give them credit, have pushed back here, especially in the third period.
Draw to the left of Wall again. Tavares scrums, but it comes back to the point to McAvoy. His shot is deflected wide of the goal. Geekie centers knocked away. Cleared into the corner then by McCabe. Back to the point. It'll come to McAvoy again with a pass in. Wall down. And he makes another save on the short side. Centering pass intercepted. Now Marner just playing it off the boards to get it out. Bruins pressing. Pasternak in and drilled to the boards by Benoit. Back of the goal it goes for McCabe. Pushed out onto the wing and played to center ice. 19,000 defenders trying to help out. Puck along the boards, it'll come. And then Dewar brings it back in his own zone, but is able to get it to Benoit. Now to David Camp. Camp to the line in on the left wing. Works along the boards. Dewar in there trying to help out. Puck goes around to the far wing, and DeBrusk will play it back to his defense. Stolen by Camp, but he couldn't get it in front. Hustling after it is Dewar. Back to the point to Riley, quickly to the right wing side. Lebuskin with a pass in front of the goal, and it's cleared into the corner by the Bruin defense. Back to the point again, quickly to Riley. His shot is wide. Dewar at the side of the goal, couldn't get it in front. He goes into the near corner after a puck. Dewar against the boards doing yeoman work here. Trying to hold it off. Dewar still with it. Back of the net for Camp. Camp trying to bank it off the boards to Lebuskin. Lebuskin back of the net for Dewar. Dewar coming out of the corner. Leaves it for Morgan Riley. Riley trying to get it in front. Riley will get it again, and back to the blue line it comes. Shot in traffic, and Camp deflected it just wide. Bruins need to get it out, and they will. Zaka gets to center and flips in. Edmondson back of the goal. Up on the wing for Robertson. Robertson, a pass on the right wing side for Noah Gregor. Gregor drives with a backhand off the shoulder. It comes to the side of the goal. Leafs couldn't get it in front. Played off the boards to center. Gregor hustling back. Gets some assistance from Pontus Holmberg. Holmberg was knocked down. The Bruins are offside. Still offside and wired wide of the net. Boy, that would have been a close call, wouldn't it? I don't know if they ever did get out. In fact, that might be still on the books here. Now it's not. The Leafs have played it out at center ice.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't think Boston got out over the line when the arm went back down.
10:34 to play in the third. Bruins get it into the Leaf zone. Benoit steals it back, pushed up on the wing, and Bertuzzi clears to the Boston blue line. Brought on by McAvoy. Broken up there by Benoit. Tried to get it up ahead for Nylander, but that didn't work. Far side for McCabe. McCabe runs into a traffic jam. Benoit is able to get it free and pays a big price to get it free. Up on the wing is Domi. Domi on the right wing side, back in for Nylander! Oh, and a rolling puck in the blue paint, and Bertuzzi couldn't get a stick on it. Morgan Riley ties up his man. Leafs get it out again. Here's Bertuzzi sending it down into the Boston end. Lorine got it ahead for Boston. Backhanded into the Toronto end. Lyubushkin reverses the puck nicely. Has some skating room. Got it out for Marner. Marner got it free, but then Marchand was able to bring it back, and then it is fired by Tavares trying to get it in deep. But it goes over the glass. Head out of play. Can I take a bit of a break?
Where's Thomas Plekanec?
Happened to score an empty net goal. It was fairly important, I recall.
Last time.
Yes, exactly. It is 1-0 Toronto. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
We're two men and a truck. So, you're moving to a new home, and all that's left to do is to call a mover you know you can trust. Well, naturally, you think two men and a truck, since you know they have lots of men and lots of trucks. They'll wrap, pack, and move everything you own. With a 96% referral rating and the professionalism you can trust, the choice is simple.
Go, Leafs, go! Go, Leafs, go! Go, Leafs, go! Come on, guys. I can't hear it, but I can see it in the chat. Spam that chat with Go, Leafs, go. GLG. Hit those emojis if you got them as a member. 99 cents a month. Come on, it's nothing. Cheaper than a cup of coffee. Less than a loonie. Go, Leafs, go! Let's fire up that chat. See you guys in a minute.
Visit your local Subaru dealer today and book a test drive during the all-weather drive event.
You're listening to Toronto Maple Leafs Playoff Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Face off in the Boston zone to the right of Jeremy Swayman.
Leafs have not had a 2-goal lead in the series to this point.
9:22 left in the third. 1-0 Toronto. Domi taking the face-off against Coyle. And Domi scrummed the draw, but then Marner got it back in the net for Bertuzzi. Bank pass to the blue line. Lyubushkin sends it back from whence it came. Bertuzzi back of the net. Coming out with it is Marner. Shot stopped by the pad of Swayman. Centering pass. Bouncing puck. Bertuzzi kicking it along the boards, and now Domi sends it back of the net. Marner tries to center. He did. It comes to Domi on the right wing side. His shot was blocked. Domi for Bertuzzi. It doesn't work. And out come the Bruins to get it to center ice. DeBrusk. Long bouncing shot in. That Wall almost misplayed, but now here's a chance for Witherspoon with a shot. Wall the save. Rebound to the left wing side. Back to Witherspoon again. In the middle of the ice. Shot blocked, and the Leafs trying to get it out. And a diving play by Bert. And Bertuzzi gets it out. Back come the Bruins in over the line. Nylander wipes out his man with a hit. Puck on the far side. Cleared ahead at center to get it out. Brought back by Boston. Marchand can't get it in cleanly. Here's a clear around the boards, and it's going to come to center and out. I'm with you. I think he should have gone the other way. Here's Pasternak trying to go wide against Benoit. Pasternak loses it. Benoit comes up with it, playing it ahead for Yarncrook. Yarncrook gets the puck out at center. Nyes trying to knock it ahead. Yarncrook gets it down into Boston territory. 7:45 to go, third period. Leafs lead 1-0. Bruins in their own end. Up on the right side. Broken up at the red line by Edmondson. Camp for Edmondson. Back to Camp. Right wing side for Liljegren. Long shoot in. Bounces wide of the net. Bruins around back of the goal. Playing it up on the wing. It goes now for Maroon. He'll get it to center. Leafs break it up there. Loose puck almost stolen by Toronto. Puck along the boards, and Edmondson has it back in his own end. Goes D to D on the far side. The veteran Riley getting it ahead and across the line, and it's going to be offside. 6 minutes, 59 seconds to play. A goal by William Nylander from Liljegren and Riley on the board for the Maple Leafs, trying to force Game 7 in Boston Saturday night.
For William Nylander, we said it's his first goal since March the 26th. So remember, he finished on a goalless drought, but it's his 6th goal in elimination games. And you'll remember he scored the tying goal against Florida in Game 5 here on home ice with about 5 minutes to go in regulation before the Leafs would fall in overtime.
Bruins get it through center, but it goes wide of the lead goal, but icing is waved off. Lyubushkin got it ahead for Marner. Marner to center and across the line. Marner pulls up, looks to play in front of the net at the half boards. Still with it. Marner working back towards the blue line, still with the puck. Down low it goes to Domi, a centering pass, and it was knocked away, and the Bruins have set it out and down the ice. Roll, 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 you. And icing is called here against the Bruins.
You like that from Mitch Marner. That patience again, looking, waiting, and moving. Where Marner seems to have some troubles, Joe, is when he gets caught standing still. Every time he gets the puck, he's standing still.
Well, when he does, they immediately go to him, right?
Well, he does something where he is so good is what he can do at full speed as the Tavares Nylander line has come back out for Toronto.
6:28 left to play. Tavares lost the draw. Bruins in their own zone, playing it ahead at center. Broken up at the blue line. Shot back ahead for Nyes. Nyes into the far corner, launches it and goes in there after it. Chipped it around back of the net, but Tavares couldn't come up with it. And now here are the Bruins coming to center. Geekie on the left wing, on the right wing side, hammered to the boards, but a loose puck to the side of the goal, broken up by the Leafs. McCabe got it freed up, and Tavares will send it off the boards down into neutral ice. Under 6 minutes to play. Lorei back in his own zone. Got it ahead for Marchand. Up ahead for Pasternak. Pasternak gets across the line. Knocked to the boards and into the corner. Hustling in there was Liljegren. Got it ahead. Over the line. Not out. Bruins Pasternak down low. Marchand trying to work out of the corner. Marchand had his pass intercepted, and the Leafs need to just get rid of it, but they've gotten rid of it too hard. Icing will be the end result, as Connor Dewar got a little too much mustard on it. I'd imagine it's not mustard flowing through those veins. There's got to be just a little bit of adrenaline going too.
And obviously, face-offs, everything is going to be magnified now with its importance. 5:28 to go here in the third period. But at the same time, you take an icing over a blocked clearing attempt.
Draw to the right of Wall. Camp scrums the draw. The puck comes free, and it is chipped off the boards ever so gingerly, but too much on it again, and another icing. As Yarncrook didn't kind of slow it up enough. So they'll do it again. Circle to the left or right. See where the Bruins want it. They want it in the circle to the right of Wall. 1-0 Toronto. William Nylander's goal at 19:05 of the second period. Coyle will take the draw against David Camp. And all of the discussion going on here with the officials is benefiting the Maple Leafs, who, if in fact there has been any kind of a
now is this
time, they're looking at the clock maybe? I don't know. I don't think there's anything else. We haven't had a real good stick measurement in about 105 years.
What was the
Stu
last
McFarland
one?
still brings that thing down there, you know. I think it's got rust on it. I'm not sure it would work.
Now, they might be looking to see which Leafs were on the ice for the icing and get the right guys back out. If you're Jim Montgomery, you're going, thanks a lot. This is a real benefit for us.
Well, they only still are.
Well, Yarncroft's out. Camp's out. He took the draw.
Yeah,
Dewar.
Liljegren was out there.
This would be a good time for maybe the crowd to take over now.
Face-off coming at some point in time, but I have no idea what they could be.
It sounds like it looks like they're on the headset. I mean, they're not looking at any video, so they're. Now, I think it's about who's on the ice. They're going to make Morgan Riley. Are they making Riley get off? Yes.
Yeah, all right. And Joel Edmondson, well rested.
Yes.
Will come on. So the face-off to the left of Joseph Wall. Camp against Coyle. And the puck is dropped and won cleanly by the Maple Leafs and flipped high to center ice. Knocked by the Leafs deeper into the zone. They'll get the change that they are looking for completed here. Played off the boards to center and down into the Leaf end. It bounced over Morgan Riley's stick. He plays it off a glove, swatted out at center ice. Down the ice it'll go. Whoa, that was a generous icing call.
Yeah, the Leafs have still got to be careful here. Max Domi actually had a couple of options. When you've got the puck around the center ice line, it's a little different than trying to get the puck out of your own zone, and Max Domi didn't quite play the carom perfectly. And here we go again. 5 minutes to go.
Drawn to the left once more of Joseph Wall in the Toronto zone. Geekie taking the draw with Domi. And Max wins it cleanly. Shielded there nicely by Bertuzzi, but the Bruins come away with the loose puck. Geekie against the boards, played it around the wall to the far side. Marner can't get there, it bounces into the near corner. Geekie with it there, played it back to the point. McAvoy shot in traffic, and Joseph Wall slides over ever so confidently and snares that out of the air like he's picking cherries.
He has been the busier of the two since the opening period. Shots on goal now, 24-22, still favoring the Leafs, but we're a long ways away from that 12-1 advantage Toronto had in the first period.
4:43 to play. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
I'm Ashley Flowers, host of the #1 true crime podcast in the world, Crime Junkie. I'm so excited to bring you the ultimate destination for true crime right here on SiriusXM, Crime Junkie Radio. You'll hear episodes from our award-winning podcast, plus a brand new show exclusive to Sirius.
Hey, Insiders. All right, I wanted to give you guys a little bit of an update here on our Sick Kids donation. So through the 5 games that we have had so far, we are over $1,000 to donate to Sick Kids already. We have had just over $300 Canadian in super chats. Guys, the support has been insane. Thank you all for making this happen and helping me in my dream to do something bigger than just me. And so thank you guys for that support, those super chats, all the ad revenue, every single click, every single person that's listening to this video is making an impact, because 100% of our revenue from the moment game 1 of the playoffs on April 21st through the end of this run is going to Sick Kids, and I can't wait to make that donation this fall with my family up in Toronto at Sick Kids, and to show them where a place that was so important to me, and I know important to a lot of you. With that being said, let's get after it. We'll see you guys in the chat. Let's go, Leafs. Let's dig. Let's fight hard. Let's force that Game 7.
NHL Play-by-Play on SiriusXM Radio Network.
Face off to the left of Joseph Wall. 4:43 to play, third period. 1-0 Toronto. Game 6, hoping for a Game 7. And the draw won cleanly by the Leafs. Played along the boards. McCabe had it in his skates. Chipped off the wall. Chopped off the boards by Nyes. He gets it to center ice. Little battles, little victories is what is required here. Poked over the line, but brought out by Geekie. Geekie trying to split the defense, goes wide. Had it poked off his stick. Knocked down on the play. Tavares needs to just get it out. He does to Nyes. Nyes will backhand, but doesn't get it into the Boston zone. Bruins shoot it in. Wall out of the cage. Sends it back into the far corner to his defenseman, and now up on the wing for Benoit. He needs to get to center, and did off a stick, and into the zone it goes. Bruins along the boards, trying to get it out. Chipped to the line, but broken up at the blue line by Riley. Fed back into Boston territory. 3:57 to go. Bruins get it ahead. Labushkin on the far side. Up ahead for David Camp. Punched in over the line. Bruins have to go back. Leafs are changing. Boston to center. Shattenkirk up ahead for Coyle. Got it over the line. Labushkin playing it back. Knocked away on the boards then, and now against the boards, trying to play it free. It comes in front of shot, and it whistled wide, and the rebound has gone all the way down into Boston territory. We'll keep an eye on Swayman for you. 3:26 to go. Dished off on the left wing. Bruins lose it there to Bertuzzi. Bertuzzi to Domi. He's in alone. Domi shoots. Big save made by Swayman.
Close to too many men on the ice for the Bruins.
Shot into the Toronto zone. Too high into the screen it goes.
That's really what set up the break for Domi. One Boston player jumped on, realized the guy going off hadn't reached the bench yet, so in that confusion, that had the Leafs some open ice as Bertuzzi got it over to Max Domi, but Jeremy Swayman coming up with a stop that keeps the Bruins within a goal.
3 minutes and 5 seconds to go. Swayman will definitely be heading to the bench shortly. Face-off outside the Toronto blue line. Tavares taking the draw, and everybody moved, and the puck was dropped. Puck is dropped now. Tavares scrum the draw, but the Bruins get it free, and McAvoy stepped in, and Benoit sent him flying. Benoit to the far side. McCabe circles back. Benoit gets the pass and gets it ahead, and it's chipped by Nyes into the Boston zone. Under 3 minutes. Zacha turns for Boston. Got it ahead at center. Brought to the line and in by Lowry. Played into the corner and around the boards it'll come. Geekie trying to punch it past McCabe. Puck comes in front of the net, and the shot went wide of the goal. Puck back to Lowry at the far point. Long shot off a leg, goes wide. Morgan Riley trying to chip it ahead. He does. Cleared by Nylander. Up ahead for Nyes. To Nylander. Breakaway. Game on his stick. Scores! Willie Nylander makes it 2-0. We're going to Boston again, buddy. This time we're going to finish the job.
With this excitement comes a huge sigh of relief Max Domi, seconds earlier, couldn't finish on a breakaway. This time Nylander walks in alone from the Boston blue line, goes forehand and the quick backhand through the pads of Jeremy Swayman to put the Leafs up by 2 with 2 minutes and 13 seconds to go in regulation time.
Willie Nylander's second goal of the game. The Leafs win the faceoff. McCabe gets to center and backhands it in wide of the goal. Played around the boards by McAvoy. Kept in by McCabe. Down into the corner is Camp. Bruins get it freed up. Marchand to McAvoy, and there goes Swayman to the bench. 1:51 to go. McAvoy, left wing side, broken up by the Leafs. Chance for an empty net. Hit the goal post. Dewar hits the goal post. Bruins with 1:36 to go. Long shoot-in glove by Wall. Played off the boards to the line, just kept in. Puck to the left wing side. Bruins hold. Pass to the near side. Blocked. It's going to roll out at center ice. Shot back in by Boston. Far side for McCabe. Rattled around the boards, but trapped there by Marchand. Back to the point. Shattenkirk. His shot deflects wide. Leafs playing it off the glass. Out at center ice it goes. Welcome news from Mike Ross. Shot into the Leaf zone. Blocked there, and now Marner trying to get it out on the boards. McCabe got run over. The puck comes to Edmondson. He launches it to center. Holmberg racing after it. Now to the near side for Nyes. Nyes holds it. Nyes with it. Nyes back into the slot area and into the center ice area. Nylander holding. To the wing it goes for Labushkin. He played it blindly into the corner, but in goes Benoit. Puck comes in front. The Leafs just need to get it out. They do. 22 seconds left. Ahead for Willie. Thought he had the empty net, but it was blocked. 13 seconds to go. Bruins in. Centering pass. Shot. Stopped by Wall. It goes into the corner. Centering pass. 4 seconds. This one is over. The Leafs are going to go to Boston.
Bruins fire the puck into the net. I think it's after regulation. Even if it were to count, Game 7 is Boston Saturday night. The Leafs end up out shooting the Bruins 26-22. And Joseph Wall, who gets the start in Game 5, has not given up a goal since the first period of Game 5. And Joey, he had to be as perfect as he has been to force a Game 7.
They are going to check and see if the goal was scored. If there is, there would have to be time put back on the clock. And they have ushered the photographers off of the ice. 0.1 second left. They are going to get credit for a goal.
I can take back what I said. It's not going to diminish it, but obviously the league has to get it right. But now the importance of Willie Nylander's second goal, Joe. Whoa.
And almost Connor Dewar's miss on the empty net. Yeah. Jake McCabe's going to take the face-off.
Against Trent Frederick.
And that'll end that. Oh, will it? We got a scrum going on. The Leafs trying to get the puck. They want the puck.
There's a broken stick on the ice there somewhere. That might have been...
Who gets a flying Fadoo? The Leafs are going to Game 7 Saturday night.
And I will
finish business. Why not get it done. Why not us, Mr. Ralph? Why not us?
I'll tell you one thing. There are going to be so many ghosts wearing Leafs and Bruins jerseys battling it out by the time we get to the opening face-off. Both teams have narratives that they're trying to beat and reverse. But the Leafs, who, by the way, snap a 6-game home losing streak, en route to this win and to extend the series to Boston, 7 games for the 4th straight meeting against the Bruins in the postseason. They will go to Game 7.
So Boston will get a goal at 19:59. I'm not sure who scored it, and I personally really don't give a flying fadoo who did. But the Leafs, on a pair of goals from William Nylander, have propelled themselves into Game 7 Saturday night. We'll have that action for you tentatively at 7 o'clock. But check your local listings and check your local listings to find out where Mr. Ralph and I will be broadcasting the game from.
And I will see you at the airport tomorrow.
That's the nicest thing you've said to me in a long time. Yes, it is. Well, a wonderful evening of hockey here. And first off, we have to, 2 things. 3 stars. I want to make the first star of the game the crowd at Scotiabank Arena.
Yeah, they were outstanding. They were proactive right from the beginning. There was a buzz start to finish. There were very few lulls.
Okay.
And on the other side,
second star was pretty good too.
We'll go. I mean, Joe Wall has to. If the crowd's the first star, Joe Wall's the second star. Gotta love Willie Nylander coming up with a couple of big goals, but Joseph Wall, such a huge part of this Leafs team winning back-to-back games to force a Game 7. Willie Nylander with the 2 goals, his first 2 of the postseason, will be star number 3.
This young man can play a concert piano, and he can play a concerto for me anytime he wants. And he was very, very good at it in goal for the Toronto Maple Leafs here this evening. So we will bid you adieu, tell you to join us on Saturday night. Ailish Forfire and Justin Cuthbert have got a lot of positive things to talk about as the Maple Leafs win this game 2-1 to force Game 7 on Saturday night. You've been listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
And now it's time for our Subaru weather report. So, Harold, what's it looking like?
Jim, we can expect more thunderstorms as the evening approaches.
Hey, Leafs fans, what's up? Oh, yeah, insiders, what a night. Leafs get it done 2-1. What is this business? Okay, yeah, he did score on the empty net there. While Wall was, out of the net, like, hey, this game's over, baby. It's 2-0. We got this. The green light's on behind me. Let's get it. And, so, hey, whatever. You want to rule it as a goal and take the shutout away? Fine. We'll take it. It's just bulletin board material. It's just more motivation for our Leafs to get it done on Saturday in Boston at the TD Garden. You heard Joe Bowen. The fans showed up tonight, and that's no doubt. Same thing right here on Toronto Sports Insider. Ladies and gentlemen, wow, what a night. We're over 17,100 subscribers, over 300 subs tonight. Brand new insiders joining the gang. If you haven't done it yet, jump on it. Hit that button. Let's get up to 17.2, guys. We're hitting 100,000 subscribers. We're going to change the world, and we're going to make this a huge, huge community. Huge support tonight. Thank you all for all the likes, the shares, everything. The Leafs are alive for Game 7. Saturday's going to be a hell of a balance for me and the fam. We got a bunch of different games at a bunch of different times. It's going to be a wild day, but it's a good thing. We're ready to rock and roll. TSI Allison, big shout out to you tonight for holding down the chat. Babe, I love you. You're rocking and rolling right now, girl. I see you. I love you, babe. And, hey, big shout out to everybody. All the wrenches in the chat. Way to hold it down. And Lynn, I see you there in the chat holding it down as well. That great idea with the super chats the other night. And, man, everybody, thanks for jumping in. Veronica, thanks for being here every single night and firing that chat up. And everybody that got the new memberships tonight, courtesy of Miami Sports Insider. That would, yes, courtesy of my my new expansion coming up here very, very soon. Thank you all for being here. Look at that. The sub button just keeps on going. 6 new subscribers. And go Leafs, go. We're going to see you guys Saturday night. But we'll be back tomorrow for the Blue Jays game because the Blue Jays are back at it with a series coming up against the Washington Nationals. Go Leafs, go. See you guys in Game 7. Postgame will run as always. Thank you all. Have a great rest of your evening and finish up the work week nice and strong. See you guys.
In the rearview mirror, all eyes are on the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Top front, backhand try, and they score! Carter Verhaeghe up!
Only one gets to drink from the cup. Follow all the action.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
Sirius XM 91.
And the Sirius XM app.
Hockey 24/7 on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
This is the NHL. These are pros. You don't want guys to put good power play units on, don't take penalties. You don't want good power play units to score goals when you've given up a whole bunch, kill them. You don't like it, do something about it. If you want to reward your guys who had a good game with a chance to get some more goals and points, do it. If I was a coach, I wouldn't care. Who cares? Worry about your own team. Don't worry about mine.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91. And on your schedule with the Sirius XM app. NHL Morning Skate.
Montreal's Executive Vice President of Hockey Operations, Jeff Gordon. Do you have some priorities here heading into the offseason?
We're going to definitely let it blossom, but, we're looking for maybe ways to move it along, too. We have a lot of assets. We're looking for those opportunities to maybe use some of those assets to set us up at a higher level going forward.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
Cleared by Nylander, up ahead for Nyes, to Nylander, breakaway, game on his stick, scores! Willie Nylander makes it 2-0. We're going to Boston again, buddy. This time we're going to finish the job.
Welcome to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590, the Fan of the Maple Leafs Radio Network. They're shipping up to Boston. Game 7 Saturday night. The Maple Leafs win that one 2-1, basically 2-0.
Can we not go to Boston with Bonesy? I want to go to Boston with Bonesy.
I need to see Bonesy in a Boston bar.
Like a lot of fun.
If
fun. Not one of the best, at least one of the most disciplined games the Leafs have played in the playoffs in the Matthews, Marner, Nylander era. Like unbelievable stick-to-itiveness. The Maple Leafs had a game plan. They stuck to it. It's not what they normally do, but boy, did they do it well tonight.
They win a home game, snapping that 6-game post-game losing streak. Willie with 2 goals and Joe Wall with basically a shutout with an asterisk, but we'll give it to him because he's a little rock star. He's an all-star. He's been undeniable.
He has changed the complexion of this series in a massive way.
Okay, you'll get you set to go to Leafs Talk in just a minute, but let's take one look at the NHL scoreboard presented by Bet365. Visit the app for the latest odds. Find out why it's never ordinary. Bet365 must be 18 plus. Ontario only. Play responsibly.
Okay, quick reminder again on the bracket in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Advancing already, the New York Rangers and Carolina Hurricanes will meet in the next round. Florida's still waiting for the winner of Boston and Toronto. In the Central Division, Colorado is advanced past Winnipeg. Dallas and Vegas still competing with the chance to meet the champs from 2022. Dallas up 3-2 in the series. And Edmonton is advanced in the Pacific Division. They're awaiting the winner of Vancouver and Nashville. Vancouver's up 3-2 with a chance to close it out tomorrow night.
Whew. Saturday night's going to be one big night. And JD Bunkus, Sam McKee, and Justin Bourne have Leafs Talk up next. Game 7, only a few days away. Thanks for listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590, the Fan of the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Leafs Talk, JD Bunkus, Sam McKee, Justin Bourne. The Leafs are actually back. Last time, it was a joke. Last time, we were kidding around. We were just messing around. The series is tied 3-3, improbably. The Boston Bruins, The hated Boston Bruins, now on the verge of the most spectacular history, attempting to become the first team in MLB, NBA, and NHL playoff history to blow consecutive 3-1 leads in back-to-back playoffs. I can't believe that we're talking about this. The Leafs are back. They're going to a Game 7. Justin Bourne, how did they do it?
Buddy, this a lot of really good positional play. Their support players were very good. Their goaltender played excellent. Boy, I don't know. Like it was not the usual Leafs of the regular season where you rely on the stars. I thought I'll give Sheldon Keefe some credit. I thought they looked like an organized, disciplined hockey team tonight.
There's multiple different reasons to turn this game off. If you were a Leaf fan, it's because of how tight and stressful it was. And if you're a neutral, because it was terrible. This was a absolute meat grinder. Like it was a day at the old sausage factory. It was not enjoyable from start to finish. It was too close. Just, every moment felt huge. The Leafs caved them in. Power play sucked. You felt like it was going to swing for the Bruins. They were going to get a power play goal, and that was going to be it. And it just didn't. And, Sheldon Keefe has said the words "stay with it" more than any 3 words ever in the last 3 days. And you got to give them credit. They listened to the coach, and they stayed with it. But, man, what a slog.
So, in classic Leafs fashion, they won a playoff game by starting on time, getting good goaltending, and a timely goal at the end of a period. Very much the hallmarks of this team in a positive way. This is everything people have been asking for these last couple of games with the starts, right? They've come out with great energy, and they've kind of taken it to the Boston Bruins, and they've made it uncomfortable on them. I will say this, it is strange to see the Leafs transform from a puck possession team that is high level skill that relies upon high level players to a team that is like a dump and chase forecheck team.
You just chop it now. That's what we do.
But that's it.
Go Leafs, go. Come on, guys.
If you would have told me that the formula to beat the Bruins was timely goals, goaltending, and good forecheck, I would have said, well, you're dead. You're dead. And here they are using that formula in the last 2 wins. So, what has changed from the offensive discipline standpoint?
Yeah, it's funny. We had Bieksa on our show today, and he was talking about how, the reality of playoff hockey sometimes, if it's even numbers on a rush, 2-on-2, 3-on-3, best thing you can do is just put it behind the other team, go get it, play in their end, wear them down and kind of wait for your opportunities. And you're right. It's jarring because it's not what we're used to necessarily, but it is so strange watching them and being like, usually it's like, okay, here comes Matthews, maybe something happens now, or here comes Nylander. I know Willie gets 2 tonight, but I didn't really feel that he was the dynamic game breaker until it happened at the end in particular. So it just kind of felt like, I don't know, man, hang out in the Bruins end and wait for something good to happen. And it turns out what happens is it doesn't go in your net.
I got to tell you that if I have, you can give the Leafs a ton of credit for playing defensively, but I'm not sure I've watched any version of the Boston Bruins play 2 awful back-to-back games like I've just watched them play. There's been a huge part of this that's clearly the Leafs, digging in and staying with it, where they're Keefe's favorite 3 words. But this, if there's any doubt that the 3-1 thing was in their head, the last 2 hockey games are the absolute proof of it, because they were awful for the first half of this game. They found their way a little bit into the second period, and they kind of turned it on in the after that. But even their start, it was just terrible. I want to give the Leafs a ton of credit, but I have to take away from the Bruins. They've been brutal for 2 games. I can't imagine what Bruins talk is doing right now. They must be apoplectic. They've been awful.
Yeah.
So I'll say this. The Bruins seem to find their game both these last 2 Maple Leafs wins as the game went on. Like they've started to generate a little bit more offense, but you really do see it as the quality chances for both these teams in this game. Like what are they? Like, Borny, when you get the sports logic in this one, like the Leafs score a goal that's off a breakaway at the end of it that I will count as a high danger one, right? Which is Nylander. There was a chance that might not get scored as one, which is the Tavares miss. There was the Domi breakaway, but these are all like score effects.
Yeah.
Like when this game is tied 0-0, do you guys remember like a significant chance in the game where somebody made a like uber threatening play? Like,
they got it at 5-5 bunk, but and 5-4 at 5-on-5. So the Leafs had one on a power play apparently, but they'll count them if it's like, remember Marner kind of threw that one in and maybe someone touched it. And it was like, it's never going in, but so it's, you're right. It's not like a super grade A. So it's been pretty tough to create on either side.
But this is where I'm going with this is, God, the Joe Woll thing is so massive because it's just, you don't feel like there's a guy that's going to let in the backbreaker that Samsonov let in game 3. Like, the Bruins don't have the offensive firepower to muster much together. Like, they've got Pasternak, and he hasn't looked like David Pasternak. He was rumored to be banged up coming into this series. I don't know how much of that is a part of it, but that's something that Fluto Shinzawa told me of The Athletic on my podcast leading into the series. Brad Marchand has definitely had like timely, gutsy moments, but he hasn't been like a force. Who's been the Bruins' best forward? Zaka? Like, where are they getting their offense? Charlie Coyle had a dangerous play. That was the most dangerous one for Boston this game, right? Coyle has one on the doorstep. Woll had to make a couple of timely saves, didn't let in a backbreaker, and then you're kind of just in coin toss mode between these two teams.
Yeah. Well, let's give some credit where it's due there. I think the best pair the Leafs have, McCabe and Benoit, have been fantastic. Like, the retrievals are so good when 22 goes back on it, but Benoit almost murders a guy with 3 minutes left. Like, he's still hitting people. And I got to believe if you're past shorts and it's like, just stop it. And you want the other team's best guys to be like, God, every time I touch it in the ozone, I get hit. And between the butchers they got back there now, guys get hit all the time.
They have been hammering Pasternak the entire series. Like, I bet you if you went back and watched the highlights of all the games in this series, which may not be a ton of fun from a neutral perspective, but if you went back and watched a lot of these highlights, I bet you Pasternak's taken, 8 to 9 really big hits, like solid, like knocks from the Leafs defense. And that's clearly part of their game plan. They probably knew that he was banged up. They want to make him feel it. And they've done a great job on him. And what does he have? 4 points in this series, a couple goals. They've done a really good job limiting him. And you got to give him credit. And a lot of it has been McCabe. A lot of it's been Benoit leaning on him. I've just been really impressed with that pair. And again, tonight, like they just seem unafraid to me. Unafraid is how I would put it. They're just playing their game regardless of the time and the situation. They're not changing who they are, and they're just really, really rising to the occasion. I've loved those two guys. To
kind of tie your two guys' points together is like, when you say playing their game, Sammy, I don't feel like the Leafs are chasing it. No. Like, they don't look uncomfortable doing it. This is actually, again, you got to give a lot of credit to Brad Treliving. This isn't the way that we all thought the Leafs were going to be built when they put together the core four. But when you're talking about snot and toughness, and I like Dubas, that's a trade for him with McCabe, who I think I was going to ask you guys who you thought the Leafs' best player tonight. And my answer is McCabe. Like, I genuinely thought he was the Leafs' best guy. But this is who they are now. Is there a team that bangs and will wear you down throughout a hockey game, and it doesn't feel forced? It doesn't feel like they're chasing it, or, in some of these Bruins games that they've had in the past and some of these games during the regular season, you could see the Leafs like searching for that identity, like almost trying to prove it to the other teams, going, look at us, we're tough now. We're tough now, big brother. And the other teams are like, okay, we won.
Yeah,
like,
we won 4-1.
for you.
Good job, guys.
And in this series, I feel like they're physical, but not forced, if that makes sense.
For sure it does. And if I'm not mistaken here, I'm pretty sure this is true. It was true after at least 4 games. I forget if it's 5. Lyubushkin hasn't been on for a 5-on-5 goal against in the series. So some of the support heaviness that they've had.
Delete the reaction pod.
Well, you got any clips of that to pull up for me, Brian?
It's a true. I did a true there. So, I mean, it's, they've got pleasant surprise from the back end all around, which, the Leafs defense, I don't think a lot of people went in and said that's a major strength of the team, but they've been good.
I love both the guys that Tree brought in at the deadline tonight. And I've loved, Edmondson is a calming presence back there. Like he's clearly not, it's not pretty at any time, neither with Lyubushkin, really neither with Benoit. But to me, the two guys I trust the least are probably Riley and Liljegren, which is crazy. Yeah. Like I really can't believe that's where I'm at with this decor, but I feel definitely most comfortable when it's, Benoit, when it's McCabe, Edmondson, Lyubushkin. They've all been really solid. I love what Lyubushkin does to the cycle on other teams, just cuts it off. Did it to Pasternak a couple times tonight. But yeah, man, like I'm stunned at what this decor has become. I never would have pictured it being this, and they're just now it's a bunch of mutants. That's what it is, really.
Yeah, like they still can't really break the puck out, but
no.
Like what have the other teams done to Leafs in the past in the postseason? They've been able to get the front of the net, they've been able to cycle on them, they've been able to forecheck and bang. How many series have we watched defensemen go back and be like, oh my God, I'm terrified of this guy going back and getting a puck and getting nailed and not being able to deal with it? Like Liljegren's really the only guy that you feel that way about right now. And I got to say, poor Morgan Riley there getting lumped in with Liljegren, but you have to do it.
I mean, it's not wrong, is it?
No, listen, who do you have as leading who's getting complained about in your text messages amongst your hockey group chats and friends? Because 44 is leading mine by like,
it was 88 till he scored twice.
By the way, Morgan Riley, 2 helpers on 2 goals tonight, plus a +1 in 24 minutes. So terrible. But no, it's an eye test thing.
I would say that those 2 assists that he got, like one is a dipsy doodle play that it's funny. There's an alternate reality where Nylander turns that puck over and it becomes a 2-on-1 the other way, right? Because we've seen that this year when he plays with the puck up there and he does that and he just fires it on net, goes off a defender and in. And then the other one is like a nice play by Nylander to force the puck out, and then now he's chipping up to him, taking a hit to make a play, and then the beautiful finish. But yeah, I would say that that's kind of one where you keep the context with the stats with Morgan Riley.
Yeah, look at that play by Matthew Nyes. Turns his big body into the checker, protects the puck, spins and puts it on Willie's stick. Like Matthew Nyes is having a absolute coming out party in this series as a guy who can perform in big moments. He's played in big moments in college, and also Willie having these stones to go cheeky backhand 5-hole at the hockey game on the line.
It's time for Nyes talk, right? Like,
can I just say how unbelievably confident you have to be to do that? Where you have one of this goalie that's been stonewalling you the entire series, been unbelievable down low, and 20,000 people breathing down on you, and you just come in and feather 1 5-hole. That is sickening. That is sickening skill, gumption, whatever you want to do. That's why you pay him $11.5 million for that kind of skill. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
That's so sick.
And that's the game-winning goal, right? Like that goal's huge. Yeah. I know in the moment it felt like gratuitous. The Bruins end up potentially tying this hockey game. If
Dewar banged one off the post from the center, I was like, oh, Jesus
I
Christ.
thought the same thing as who had it the other night in the
dude had a good game, guys.
The dude had a great game, but he would have been a GOAT forever. The dude, if he hadn't hit that one in the middle of the net, it would have been bad.
The dude had a couple nice moments in this game, but it's nice talk. Okay. we have to do nice. We got to stick on nice. The dudes were impressed with the dude tonight. He was solid. There was definitely some moments where I had to like reel back text messages of being like, he had a chance.
So good.
Yeah, he was really good. But Matthew Nyes, Borny, you said it. I thought that he hit a rookie wall at some point this year. Yeah. I wasn't sure that he was going to be able to persevere. It felt like way too much pressure on his shoulders in hindsight coming into the season. And yet all of a sudden you're seeing the kid that we all hyped up during the preseason. Like this is the guy that everybody hoped on.
Yeah. No, it's just, I didn't like, I've texted you guys about it and I tweeted about it, but like extreme dog. He is a dog. Like you can see it happening before your eyes where he's finally realizing that he's huge and strong and he has an ability to get to the front of the net and just chop at pucks and be in that area. He's got the skill to match it. Like he really is a type of guy where you can, when he's playing like this in the playoffs, it's like he's the most playoff type guy they've drafted in however long. Like
he could be Tom Wilson minus the fighting.
Yes.
He would be the huge guys who, forechecks hard and runs guys over and goes to the net and scores 20 to 30.
Absolutely.
He could be a big piece of playoff success. Hopefully this year, it's certainly gone well for him so far.
Yeah, well, the thing I actually was thinking about with him tonight is, oddly, he's been kind of their most consistent offensive player in terms of doing the thing he's supposed to do. Like who
would just be at the net. Like he's doing the things he did in the regular season.
He's just driving north constantly. Like how many times in the first period? I know that the Hockey Night panel cut that clip of just him fighting through checks over and over and over. Like they're basically doing what's that game in elementary school? Like Red Rover? Red Rover, where they're doing that to him.
We call Matthew Nyes over.
Matthew Nyes over, and he's just like, I love going over.
Blowing shoulders out of sockets. This is a bad game.
He just loves going over because he's firing over nonstop. Like every time, straight lines, right? Playoff hockey. This is kind of who this guy is. And then in front of the net, despite taking a beating, I guess that's the benefit of having like the world's biggest neck is that you can just absorb damage.
He's a dog. He's Clifford the big blue dog. He's and I say blue because he's a Leaf. He can power through, man.
He's a bit of a blockhead, no doubt. Definite blockhead.
I think
like
he's
just flying through there.
Looks like a blockhead. Plays like a blockhead. They needed a blockhead. Like
absolutely.
Big fan of the blockhead. So yeah, I don't know. I think if you were a little concerned about what Matthew Nyes' future was at any point during this year's regular season, like if you wondered, is this just a guy or what is he really? And, Bobby McMahon kind of stole his thunder for a while as that guy. And now in the playoffs, you're like, wow, this is 2 years in a row where you really haven't been afraid of the moment and you've provided the things. And what is he, 21 still?
21. And also, so he was on for every overtime winner they had last year against Tampa Bay. And I mentioned this on our show. He also scored 3 OT winners in college. Like he is okay with big moments.
Clutch
factor.
Clutch gene, baby.
We got a big clutch guy in Toronto.
I will say, though, that I looked at his ice time when you guys were talking there. He's up to 19-10 tonight.
Yeah.
Played 17 last game. So he's up a full 2 minutes. You're just watching him grow. You're watching Keefe's trust in him grow.
Yeah.
Like it's just, he is, especially with Matthews out, he is a go-to guy for this team. And it's crazy how unafraid he looks compared to like Marner, who to me, again, I know we don't want to do too many negatives, but Marner to me again tonight, who looked very tepid, very timid and afraid of contact again, didn't have a lot of great plays. It's just jarring to see a big blockhead flying through the neutral zone, trying to run guys over. It's like, he is a go-to guy now, and he's showing it. He makes a great play off the sideboards to Willie for the game winner. Like he's just really imposed himself in this series. I've loved it. Loved it.
For sure. I think we're all big Nyes fans. I will say this, like in terms of negative talk, I don't know what you could say about Marner tonight. He had a chance in the first period, and from that point forward, it was like pretty ghostly stuff.
Like I've said this before, but it's not bad plays. It's that nothing happens. There's no good plays. You're not involved.
Yeah.
I'm sure the metrics loved him defensively.
I was going to say,
like
when the
I'm
Bruins
sure
didn't get any shots, so the metrics will be fine. Like,
no, but I'm sure he was
crazy.
His nerd stats defensively tonight are probably just off the charts, which I don't care about, but I'm just saying that. Like, there's going to be a case where people are like, he's actually not that bad because of this.
Listen, they didn't
maybe
pay,
on our show.
They're not trying to pay $11 million or raise him up to $13 million for a guy who's excels at shot suppression. Like,
buddy, they're paying $11 million for Alex Kerfoot right now.
Yeah,
that's what they got. Like, it's like
that's so rude, but also true.
What is he like?
Don't disparage Kerfoot.
Oh wow, do you think that's a shot at Kerfoot?
I just meant that's being used as a pejorative. I like that.
Yeah, I mean, if you pay Kerfoot $11 million on the hockey team you want to build. I just think with Marner, like I don't want to get into big picture talk here, okay? Because we'll save a lot of that for after the series. But I do think if you're a Leafs fan who right now has the underlying feeling of, man, I don't really know how I feel purely about the winning because you'd like to see something different. I just can't imagine being Brad Treliving and even Brendan Shanahan, who's run this quarterback a million times, and looking at the formula that they use to win this playoff hockey game, right? Like physicality, strong defensive play, good goaltending. Like, obviously they need more offensive firepower. You're not going to win every night with a margin of just like 1-0, 2-1. That's outrageous. Look at some of the things the other teams are doing here, but I still can't believe that they would be looking at Mitch right now and then playing out the results and saying, oh, well, we don't need to tinker the process of what we've got here with the core. Like I'd like to believe anyways now after tonight, and seeing that concept or that way that played out, that there is a reality where the Leafs come back, win this series, and be competitive moving forward. But even still, they hit an off season and they try to address some big questions like that.
Yeah, it definitely helps them here that Boston is not awesome. You know, that's working in their favor. So you can't get too excited about those sort of things. I'll also add that Tavares pretty ineffective for me too. You know, his opportunity did nothing with it.
Like
I need him to win a draw on a power play too, Sammy. Just win one power play face off for me.
Like I remember we had this conversation during the playoff series against Florida last year where he had so many chances. Everybody's like, he's getting his chances and all that. But like at some point, you're John Tavares, you're making this kind of money. You got to bear down. You got to take that one to the net. You had space. He's obviously afraid of his own speed. Take that baby to the net. See what happens. Like you can't fire the wrister wide from the middle of the circle. Like it just, at some point you got to bear down and put one in the net here.
Which is crazy because we just said didn't love 16 or 91. 34 is not playing. So you get goals from the one other guy. And then I'm looking at my book. I'm like, I really like Calle Yarncroc tonight. He sure works hard, you know, good stick on the forecheck, ozone time. So, you know, they got to win without their best parts going. And that I keep saying this and I'll say it again, like there's a lot of reasons to believe that they should and could and can be better still in this series.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will say to Tavares' credit, like given the nature of the game, he did lead all forwards and hits with 7.
He worked hard. He worked.
He works hard every game. He's not going to give you a non-honest effort, but
I just wanted to bring that up. Like obviously, again, I think that this is a game where two things can be true. You can be thrilled about the Leafs winning. You can be happy that they did it in a way that is a little bit unfamiliar, again, with like the timely goal scoring and a bounce going your way and, you know, not getting killed on a power play and, you know, late period one that goes your way, whatever. But you can also evaluate it objectively and say, I expected the Toronto Maple Leafs to be a team that felt threatening at times. And once again, it's 0 for 3 on the power play. Like this, William Nylander gets full marks because the pucks went in and he has the finisher. So does Nyes. But I think if you're the rest of the top 6, like, I don't know, creating some chances off the cycle, if you're Marner's line, a lot of perimeter stuff is not really what you're paid to do.
Yeah.
Agree.
Yeah. It's crazy. Now we're going to have 2 days of like Anchorman Panda Watch with Austin Matthews. It's going to be Matthews Watch every day.
Can we,
it really is.
Can I do some ref talk, but not in the way that you think I might? First of all,
you never do this, but go ahead.
First of all,
you never do ref talk. So go ahead.
The tall linesman tonight was an absolute hero. Just drop the puck, pal. Holy hell. Every game, he's like, oh my God, it's about me. It's about me. Turning around again. I'm like, just drop it. Drop it and call the lines, bud. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Like, what's going on? Second of all, Leafs got away with one big time. And listen, a lot of Leaf fans will talk about the way that there's some officiating that happens between Bruins and Leafs. And, you know, every fan base thinks they get the hose. But like this directly led to a goal. And like he's holding the stick or whatever.
Yeah.
He buries him. Like he absolutely, that's a clear 2-minute board. No questions asked. I can't believe any Leaf fan is saying it's not. Like I see people being like, he's holding the stick. He eviscerated him face first into the boards. That's a penalty 10 times out of 10. And the Leafs got away with one. So
Borny, where are you at with that one? Because I'm in team. He was really holding the stick.
Really?
I'll say this. There's a lot of times, and I've meant to compile a video on this, where you go in to hit a guy against the boards. You know, you hit them in the back and they're prepared. They know you're there, so they brace for contact, and that kind of leads the board battle. Lorine knows he's there. He's holding his stick. He's aware he's in a battle, and Holmberg leans on him too heavy from too close to the boards and probably takes a penalty. So I'll say it's like I'm not as maybe it's 2 minutes. It's probably 2 minutes.
It's 2. And they're 45% on the power. It's not like
I don't think it's egregious that it's uncalled.
I don't even want
that's where I'm at, Borny. I don't view that as like, and I'm fair. If you're a Boston fan and you're in the chat right now and you're like, I came here for this one moment for you to say this, and then yours, I just didn't. Like when I saw the holding of the stick, that's what I thought is you initiated the contact. He tries to break off you with one. You keep holding onto the stick. What's the escalation going to be? A harder separation, and you go in the boards. It's a hard play. Had the ref whistled it, I wouldn't have been like, what are you doing? He held the stick. Yeah. But for it to play out that way, I'm definitely not like, wow, that's one of the worst calls I've ever seen. I can't believe they got away with it. In live, I thought that. Live when it happened, I was like, "Oh my god, he caught a body," and I can't believe there was no call. But on review,
the audio killed me. It was like I don't know if you guys know the game Roblox. It was like a goof. It was just like, it's like, all right, you didn't expect that.
I actually have a little follow up on Ref Talk, which is this. Shout out to Mike Rupp, who was on my podcast today. By the way, subscribe to this podcast. Leave 5 stars if you're listening on Apple or on Spotify. If you're watching right now on YouTube, then we would really ask if you hit the thumbs up or leave a comment. Those things really help us. You can follow our other shows, the JD Bunkus podcast and Real Kipper and Born. I have Timu Solani on tomorrow. He was apparently in Toronto. I'm very excited to have him on. One of my favorite players. But yeah, I had Rupp on today, and he mentioned that keep an eye out for the officiating on Marchand early because he thought the diving in the last game was going to cost him. And it did. And it would probably be a story if the Leafs had, even like a semi-competent power play, like they could do anything on the power play just to get a chance, make the goalie move. I don't know, anything. But I thought that was something today that they called that on Marchand because I thought that first penalty was a little like,
I thought Marchand shoving a linesman probably didn't set him on the right foot with the stripes.
I would have shoved that linesman too. I would have shoved that linesman too as a hero the whole night. I would have shoved him down.
Not only that, he's standing right where he needs to go, and he's like coming in trying to break up the play. It's like, what are you doing? Like, just let these guys handle the business.
Yeah, it's fine.
So Marchand giving him a little shove, being like, "Hey, this is the second game in a row where a linesman has come for me."
You can't shove a ref.
Bertuzzi's such a skid. He does the scorpion claw grabbing onto look at this. What is this? He's it's like MMA all of a sudden. But I thought that Bertuzzi tried to go in with like a Widowmaker elbow on Bertuzzi. On Marchand right before he grabbed onto him for that penalty. Like it was definitely Bertuzzi that initiated that contact. Like he went up under him with the elbow up. He grabs on. They called one on Marchand. He gets it or whatever. But yeah, like I don't even want power plays. Like it's hard to.
I got mad for the first time. I'm pretty patient. I was mad today.
The 4-minute one, as mad as I've been watching a hockey game in a really long time. I just was sitting there like I can't do this. Like please end it. Enough. Get back to 5 on 5.
Tavares is like a 60% face-off guy, and on the power play, he's -4.
0%. Yeah. Lost every draw he's ever taken on the power play. Can't win one.
I thought that we do crowd talk on this show, and I thought the crowd was spectacular in this game, and it's something for Cuthbert to bring it up. But I would say that is when I was the most mad at the team was that 4-minute power play because it really did feel like when that finished. Boston had a flurry of chances right after that power play ended. Wool had to make his first couple saves. They were sitting on one shot. You can see it up there if you're watching on YouTube. Like they were sitting at one shot, and then the end of that power play happens, and Boston gets a little juice and starts firing some pucks on net. And I could feel like the depression lull in the crowd.
And how can you can't? There is no way
to run that back.
Yeah, I don't know how they didn't boo. They really held it together. I know, but they really held it together to not boo. Just with the reputation of this, like a soft, like grumbling. It's so painful. It's
like the inability to just take what's given to them is shown so well in Morgan Riley. Boston allows him up through the neutral zone and says, we're so confident you're going to drop it. We'll let you through. You're through. You're already through. Chip it in and get after it. He turned it over trying to go through a guy back to his own end.
Borny, they showed the least flattering camera angle ever for that, where they flashed to the ice long camera.
Yeah.
And there was a massive gap he had a full head of steam. Like, Morgan, you're the best skater on the team. Fly through that zone. Go deep.
He tries to go triangle to go the wrong way. It was.
I think if I had some advice for the power play, I think they should turn it back a little more. Turn it back a little more. Maybe a couple more, pass backs. A couple more saucer passes over 17 sticks at the blue line. Yeah. Those are two things that are really working for them. They should really keep doing that. How about adjustment? Hard rim adjustment.
Yeah,
anything.
I know they'd never do it, but it's just painfully clear to me that Morgan Riley shouldn't be on power play 1. It should be Jake McCabe. Like McCabe, it had actually the only moment on the power play that I liked was he had the Markov, the fake pass the fake slap shot pass right into the slot.
Yeah.
That if it goes off of a body, like you actually find one there. I just think that he's the willing shooter. He's been playing aggressive. He can still snap a pass, give him a look there. And then, like I hate saying it over and over, but they'll never move Mitch Marner off that power play. But I actually feel as though he should not be on that first power play. So I don't know how Keefe isn't splitting them up. It's like you're 1 for 20 now. Like, I don't know how this group is so precious that you couldn't be like, hey guys, I've given you 20 chances, so I'm splitting up the 4 guys.
20 power plays in 6 games is so many power plays.
Yeah.
Like they've gotten such a
1-goal game.
They've gotten such a sick whistle this entire series, and they've gotten 1 friggin' goal. It's embarrassing. Like, it's such a joke. It's a killer. It's such
I gotta tell you, being in the coach's office with Sheldon when the power play is bad and him leaning on the guy who runs the power play is the most awkward thing on earth. So I just can't even imagine the conversations he's had with Guy Boucher.
Well, then take it over, pal. I mean, send him packing. Like, Guy, like, so, buddy, you're gone. Like,
but you don't think that's already happened? You think Guy Boucher is the one who's like, we're keeping this group together. I'm dying on this hill. These 4 guys.
It's Sheldon by now, I'm sure.
Yeah, like, come on. That's why I tweeted about it, and it's like I'm getting people in my replies the I told you so's being like, or the know-it-alls being like, it's Guy Boucher who runs the power play. I'm like, yeah, thanks. I think at 1 for 20, he's lost stewardship.
He's sitting in a corner. Yeah,
I'm pretty sure Guy Boucher is basically reading magazines at this point. Like he's hanging out in between games. Yeah. They're like, find a new Netflix show for you to watch, Guy, because we really don't need much.
Put that up on the Netflix. Put that up, on the little the iPad that's down on the bench. Just put Murdoch Mysteries.
Got it set up with a kid's stand, and he just eats goldfish and watches.
I heard Shogun's good. Maybe mix in Shogun. I got one more big picture topic before rapid fires. Is there anything big picture left for you guys?
Well, it's more of look ahead for me. So
hold on. I don't have that yet then. I want to wrap up on this game. This is the question. Is Charlie McAvoy officially like the villain in this series? Like, it's hard to jump Marchand, I know, but has he fully entered like top tier Leaf fan villainy status to you, Sammy?
Yeah, he's got a bad face. Got a very punchable face. Does some dirty stuff. I mean, that hit on Kampf tonight, I thought people had a problem with it. I had zero problem with it. Thought it was a hard hockey play, hammered him, no problem there. But yeah, I mean, all the internet doctors going around with the Matthews play and saying that potentially is where he got hurt with the pullback, him running around with that face, definitely. But no one's ever going to top Matthews.
Can I jump in on the internet Matthews thing?
Yeah.
I actually opened up my Twitter today and I had 3 separate plays that were in my like For You page of people doing the Matthews theorizing. That were all like, this is the moment. And I laughed because I went, that's incredible that it's 3 different ones. Anyways, Borny, you think he's a full Leaf fan villain?
I think the Matthews thing has definitely set people down that path, but he's not been amazing for them. Like he's standing out there watching the puck when they score their OT winner. I got to believe the villain is a guy who's really killing you. So yeah, there's been bigger villains.
Oof, that's a great hit.
Right.
I'm sorry. I know Leaf fans are bent out of shape about that, a little bit of a forearm shiver.
Playoff hockey.
That's good. Hard.
Kudos to Kampf, who gets right back out there and keeps playing with his nose probably, not in one piece.
They have a shot of Kampf on the bench right after, like when he gets over there, when he's sitting down. He looked there. He looks so
I hate getting hit in the nose.
Oh,
Ryan, what am I doing?
That's like
your eyes are watering.
Yeah, he just looks so incredibly uncomfortable. Anyway, if you don't like that hit, you don't like playoff hockey. I'm sorry. Like what do we do? If you want to get rid of that, like other sports for you, please. Like that's what I would say. Please, no, don't get rid of that. Okay, Sammy, the look ahead. What do you want to do?
I want to actually talk about how there is so much more pressure on the Boston Bruins in Game 7 than there is on the Leafs. In a Game 7 with all that's on the line for the Leafs, there's actually way more pressure on the Bruins, and I can't.
Ghost off.
It's a ghost off.
It's a ghost off.
It's been a ghost off.
Most ghost off.
It's been a ghost off for a few games here, but we are having the coup de grace of ghost offs on Saturday night. Like this is, There
may be no shots from either team.
They're calling in the priests for Saturday night. Like the ghosts are getting crazy, boys. I don't know. I don't know.
You want to call in the Boston priests?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'm just saying. Anyway, I don't know how to feel about this game because there's two things here. One is it feels like the Bruins, they've got to be completely in shambles. And I'll do it. I'll do body language talk. I'm looking at Marchand at the bench at the end of this game, and I'm just like staring. I'm fixated on him.
Mm-hmm.
And like, I feel like he weirdly is thinking about this more than anybody. Like, this is him. He's the Bruins captain. And, have you guys, and granted, I've been on teams from a small territory in Canada, but have you guys ever been on like winning teams that win year over year? How there's like this pressure when you're the next team to win, right? It's like, don't screw it up. Mm-hmm. And the Bruins own the Leafs. And I gotta feel like there's this extra don't screw it up factor on Marchand being the captain of this team. Like,
you can't blow it to the Leafs. You can blow
saying.
Another 3-1. You can't blow it to the Leafs.
And
that is a
the
factor,
first
100%.
The first team in history to do it back-to-back years and doing it against the Leafs, like that's just the most laughing stock you'll ever be. Like, that's you might have to change the team name. Like,
you can't come back from that. That's as bad as it gets. That's like to blow the 3-1 lead to the biggest ghost team on earth is insane. Like, that is as bad as it gets. They actually need Saturday way worse than the Leafs do. Like, there's no question. And that's why, like, listen, the Leafs, everyone,
I don't know.
Regardless of what's going to happen here, if they Leafs lose, I think it's just, everything's gone. But even if they have a little bit of in the second round, I don't think that everyone's going to survive, even if they get to the second round. Like, I don't think there's a ton of like the difference between them winning at game 7 and them losing in 5 or 6 to the Florida Panthers isn't a whole lot to me. Like, I truly don't think it is. But for the Bruins, like talk about them cleaning house here. I mean, they're going scorched earth over there if they blow a 3-1 lead to the Leafs after blowing a 3-1 lead last year.
I gotta tell you, their coach did not handle last game well. He didn't still angry till the puck drops next time and whatever. All he did, his team came out the exact same way. Like, I think he's showing it.
So I got a couple talking about Jim Montgomery. I just quickly went to my good friend Luke Fox's Twitter feed to check out to see if there's any Jim Montgomery.
He's like, I'm still mad. I'm mad as mad.
Jim Montgomery. I'm mad as heck. Jim Montgomery in the Bruins last 2 first periods. It's unacceptable. Jim Montgomery on David Pastrnak. Pasta needs to step up.
I don't mind that. Yeah. I actually don't mind that.
He's coaching hard. He knows. Like, he's got one game left. So, I mean, let her fly.
You know what I do like? I like that Swayman hasn't played back-to-back games since January, and he's about to play a 6 straight with travel. I like that,
Buddy, I mentioned this on my pod about the stakes of this game that were the biggest to me was like the psychological stuff I thought was real because the Leafs have been written off, right? 3-1 to the Boston Bruins. The way that they played in game 4, all the obits got written. And if you're the Leafs, like it's our joke, right, Borny? Like, can't pull over any further. Like, you can't get hammered any harder than you got hammered after game 4. Like, that was the pinnacle of getting hammered. Everyone took a shot at you. Like, everyone wrote you off.
Multiple.
Yeah, like everybody did it. And so if you're the Leafs, you're like, oh no, what's gonna happen if we lose again? They're
gonna rerun the articles they already ran.
This is why there is way more pressure on the Bruins.
There's more pressure on the Bruins, I agree, but I would just say that it also is the Leafiest of all Leaf things to battle back against the Boston Bruins without Austin Matthews, to only get to a game 7 where the pressure's on Boston and then lay an egg and get their teeth kicked in.
Lose by 5. It's over after the first period.
Yeah, like, it reminds me of, remember that Raptors playoff against LeBron when they were like, oh my God, the Raptors are doing this thing. They're taking LeBron. And then there was the game 4 or 5 where LeBron
went back to Cleveland. When it went back to Cleveland, they lost by like 40. I went out.
Yeah, and LeBron started the game by getting an alley-oop off the backboard from Kyrie.
drinking a beer. Wasn't that the one where he's drinking a beer?
That wasn't that game because that one happened in Toronto. This one was in Cleveland. LeBron, like, basically in the first quarter, went down the floor, threw a kiss off, got a kiss off the glass from Kyrie, slammed it home. And then they were doing cuts to like the Raptors fans that flew in won contests in Cleveland to be at the game. And I just felt sick to my stomach for them. And that's Like I'm just getting shades of that right now. I will say that I'm protecting myself.
You're protecting yourself. I can hear both of you already protecting
listen,
yourself.
I'll clearly protect myself, but I'll also say this. This is not your father's Bruins here. Like
No.
they are not as good as teams as the teams that the Leafs have blown leads to and lost in game sevens. Like they're not that team to me. So if they lose, they can obviously lose, and they probably will because it's the Leafs. It's game 7. It's TD Garden. But this is not the same animal that you've been dealing with in years past.
No,
So
they last minute of the game, they got a guy, Kevin Shattenkirk, out there who couldn't make the lineup the game before. Like they don't.
Yeah,
it's there for the taking.
Absolutely.
I keep saying it, but I'll keep driving it home. It's like, who on that team scares you?
Pasta.
Sure. And he has not been great.
McAvoy too. McAvoy's good offensively.
Yeah.
Like you can pick the way he jumps up.
But this is on reputation is what I'm saying. Like these are reputation.
Yeah.
Like who scares you in this series when you've been watching it? Like, can you guys tell, like, honest to God, if you don't look at the lines before the game, like, do you remember who's out there based on like, oh my God, it's those 3 guys because it's them 3 together that are like dominating you. It's like
he doubled Pasta with Marchand a ton tonight. He was begging them to give him something, and they didn't.
Oh, man. I will say, a lot of Justin Brazeau. I'm like, holy God. Like, it just felt like he was out there a lot. I don't know what he ended up playing, but I'm like, this guy's key. JVR and Brazeau, key contributors.
Yeah. I think it's because the name sticks out. Rapid fire. Keefe changes a winning lineup, and he goes with Gregor, and I think it worked, and I liked it. And I noticed Gregor a few times tonight, and he was classic Gregor, where it was like he got his one chance, and it was not really a chance because he got no hands, but he was moving, he was skating, he was playing, he was checking.
As the series slows down, putting a burst of speed in the lineup like that, it was, I noticed him a ton tonight.
Yeah,
totally fine with the decision. We've got to the point of the series where like everyone has said what they need to say to each other. Everyone's hit each other hard enough. I thought Gregor actually played with a lot of physicality. Where he like got a couple good licks on guys, and I was completely fine with the decision. And I'm sure he'll probably play game 7. No,
I would agree.
We already talked about Joe Wool and what a game changer he's been, but I just want to also add a note that you got to really love the alertness that he had in this game. Like that guy was facing absolutely no shots. He was doing the, Mighty Ducks movie goalie skating around the net. Like nothing's happening, taking a rest. And when he had to step up all of a sudden, again, after that power play,
he just was huge.
Yeah. And he just looked composed. Like he looked sharp. And there was no rust for him in the game. He was not scrambly whatsoever. He just looked intimidating to the Bruins. Like you can't muster any shots. You can't get any offense. And then the few times you get it to the net and that's the guy making plays, like, damn, man.
Leafs blocked 1,000 shots.
They did. They
did. Well, Lohrei, like right after that power play, Lohrei right down the chute. They just showed it here. And he gets a hard snapper off low blocker, which is probably any goal you'll tell you the hardest save to make. And he just shrugs it off, makes it look easy. Like that was a moment where I kind of was like, Leafs might only need one tonight because he looked pretty like he just is a solid. Like I don't know. We don't need to look back and because it's going to game 7. You don't want to hypothesize about what could have happened if he had just started from the start. But he's looked really good. It's 3-3. So away we
27 block shots for Leafs. I will say that Leaf fans have been waiting for a goalie for a while, especially a homegrown goalie. It's been brought up many times now that the organization has not done it in eons. And he might be the one.
Yeah.
Like
he might stay healthy.
He might be the one. I don't think anything else from me. I think that's it.
I'm all good. It was always
Saturday, boys.
It was always game 7, boys.
It was
like your tweet said. It was always
game 7. I actually cashed a huge bet on that. Oh yeah, I had a huge bet that the series would go 7, and so I forgot about it entirely until this morning, and I was like, "Oh right, I have like big money on this to go 7 games," and I like bet that 2 weeks ago. So, that's actually the true last thing. We talked about this before the show.
Oh yeah, I was gonna bring it up.
If you had Leafs -1.5, or you had even worse, if you had bet this to be correct score, Leafs 2-0. Or like any of it, you live bet the third period under, I don't care which way. If you lost on that 0.1 second, devastating.
Can I tell you something though? I like it for the Leafs that it went in. I like that it's not this shutout streak going over 2.5 games. And the second they get one, it's like, oh, finally they've broken the ice.
What a zag. Love that zag.
There's no individual thing to chase here. There's no, he hasn't been scored, whatever. Just back to win the next game.
Wow.
See, as a bona fide goalie guy, I will tell you that I love this zag. I think it's actually the correct take, but I would be just
so mad,
hurt. Like I'd be like, how much time was left? 0.1. Like they went and reviewed it. Like the game was over. You could have just let it go. Like I'd be mad at the league. I'd be mad at my team. I'd be mad at who shot it. Like
who even scored it? I got up. I was ready, and then they're like, "Oh, the game's still happening." Oh, it was geeky.
Oh, okay. Yes. I don't know either. Either way, I just thought to get a shutout in the Stanley Cup playoffs and to do it at home and like that's a pretty cool thing to be able to say. And now you are like, I won at home, and people
He's
are like
incentivized to go get it in Game 7.
Yeah, I'm sure when Joe Wall goes to parties and tells them that he won playoff games in the NHL, they're like, yeah, cool.
By the way, Joseph Wall has started 4 NHL playoff games, and each of them, the Leafs have had the chance to be eliminated. He's now 3-1 in those 4 games.
Hey,
can you be my hero, baby?
Warney brought the clutch gene stat with Nyes, and now the clutch gene stat with Joe Wall. Like, might be happening here. Might have just enough clutch gene may have permeated the dressing room.
Tune in to Saturday night around this time to see guys feeling the exact opposite.
No, I'm gonna do Leafs talk with no camera.
Did a Guy Fawkes mask and cry.
Start screaming like, and then my contribution be like, "Yes, what are we not talk about it?" Yeah, it's fine, I guess. Cool, Bruins. Yeah, you didn't blow us. You make history. You're not the worst. Anyways, please follow us on Twitter and Instagram at JD Bunkus, at JT Bourne, at Sammy McKee. Reach out to the show anytime. Like I said, it really helps people find the show, and it really helps us if you just take 1 second to leave that thumbs up or hit the 5-star button or the follow button on Apple or on Spotify. We appreciate everybody who's watching us, and yeah, we're excited to have another Saturday night to be working. We'll see you then.
And now it's time for our Subaru weather report. So, Harold, what's it looking like?
Jim, it's a lovely spring day here on the beach. I came here for some solo time, like I do, but I got hungry instantly, so I went to Bob's Boardwalk Bistro when Bob says, sorry, cash only. Luckily for me, I always have a $5 bill stashed in my sandals, so I give it to Bob, and he says, we don't accept foot money here. That's
Thanks,
how he
Harold.
talks. But now
weather
I'm
reports
starving, and I'm
don't matter
looking for
when you
something to
drive a Subaru. Visit your local Subaru dealer today and book a test drive during the all-weather drive event.
Get ready for the biggest twist in Canada's Got Talent history. With $1 million grand prize from Rogers, the stakes are higher than ever. Our acts either have what it takes, or their dreams end here. Wow! The road to the finale isn't as easy as you think. It's time for us to make some really tough decisions. Don't miss Canada's Got Talent, the eliminations, this Tuesday, 7 Central on City TV. You didn't think it was going to be this easy to win $1 million, did you?
We have a plan that's connecting Ontario. We're leading the largest transit expansion in North America. New projects like the Ontario Line subway and Hazel McCallion Light Rail will relieve overcrowding, with the Scarborough and Yonge North subways connecting more communities, and expanding GO Transit with more trips, faster train service, and two-way all-day service. All so you can get around faster, safer, easier. See what we're building in your community at ontario.ca/builds, paid for by the Government of Ontario.
You've been listening to NHL Play-by-Play on SiriusXM. Head over to SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, for the best hockey talk.
Subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 8 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the Boston Bruins. Maple Leafs on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 947, Bruins on Internet 922. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Thursday, May the 2nd. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 8 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the Boston Bruins. Maple Leafs on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 947, Bruins on Internet 922.
SiriusXM has soccer covered end to end. SiriusXM FC. Hear live play-by-play and talk shows hosted by legends of the game. It's SiriusXM FC on channel 157.
The Buffalo Sabres have found their next head coach after parting ways with their previous one, Don Granato, and it's one they know quite well in Lindy Ruff. He'll be coming back to Buffalo after being let go 11 years ago, and in his last tenure with the franchise, he guided them to the playoffs 8 times and won the Jack Adams back in 2006. Now, John Shannon, former Hockey Night in Canada executive producer, joined Scott Laughlin on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio's Morning Skate on Channel 91 to discuss the news and give their thoughts on former player and former head coach of the Sabres, Lindy Ruff's return, and if it'll prove to be a successful second tenure in Buffalo for him.
How will this work out, do you think? I personally, John, am happy, and I think Seth Appert's got a future in coaching. I'm happy they didn't just go to another player development type coach like Donnie Granato was, and he took them to a certain point. But now I think it's time to put the big boy pants on and have some of these young kids start to blossom, and I wonder if Lindy Ruff is that guy, John.
Well, I think Lindy's going to have to be tougher, or Lindy's not tougher, but tough. I did a few games in Buffalo late in the season, and I thought Don Granato, who is just a wonderful person, I don't think he was hard enough on his team. I do think, again, it goes back to creating process and structure. Rick Tocchet went to Vancouver and created process and structure. That's the expectation for what Peter Laviolette did, a bigger name in New York. I do think that that's something that can really help that young core in Buffalo, because how do you not love that defense in Buffalo? To me, that's one of the best young groups, but they need something to not necessarily tell them what to do, but tell them what not to do. And they have to be held accountable. And that's something with his resume that Lindy can do in spades, and do a solid job that way. Making the players accountable is just as important as anything else that can happen in a situation like Buffalo, because, my goodness, the fans deserve it, the ownership deserves it. And what Kevin Adams has tried to create there is the right thing, but now the players have to be pulled on and called on the carpet and deliver with the money that they have been paid and the future that they have for that franchise.
Follow every second of the action on NHL Network Radio. From behind the bench to every play on the ice. If it's hockey, it's on SiriusXM NHL Network 91.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Thursday, May the 2nd. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 8 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the Boston Bruins. Maple Leafs on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 947, Bruins on Internet 922. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Thursday, May the 2nd. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 8 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the Boston Bruins. Maple Leafs on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 947, Bruins on Internet 922. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Thursday, May the 2nd. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 8 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the Boston Bruins. Maple Leafs on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 947, Bruins on Internet 922. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Thursday, May the 2nd. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 8 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the Boston Bruins. Maple Leafs on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 947, Bruins on Internet 922. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Thursday, May the 2nd. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 8 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the Boston Bruins. Maple Leafs on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 947, Bruins on Internet 922. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Thursday, May the 2nd. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 8 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the Boston Bruins. Maple Leafs on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 947, Bruins on Internet 922.
SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio is the place for expert advice, strategy, and information from the best fantasy sports analysis to win your league. Plus, hear pick-by-pick coverage of live drafts and interviews with top players, coaches, and team executives on SiriusXM 87.
Legendary hockey broadcaster Bob Cole passed away at the age of 90. Cole, whose legacy is synonymous with hockey, worked on Hockey Night in Canada, calling Toronto Maple Leaf games from 1980 until 2019. On top of that, he called several Olympic Games, the World Cup of Hockey, and numerous Stanley Cup finals. In between all that, he was honored by the Hockey Hall of Fame in 1996, winning the Foster Hewitt Memorial Award for outstanding contributions as a hockey broadcaster. On SiriusXM NHL Network Radio Channel 91, Hockey Night in Canada's Ron McLean joined Dave McCarthy for Sunday Brunch to talk about the brilliance that was Bob Cole.
He was at the craft so long that he brought multiple generations together, and really when you put that into perspective, it just really goes to encapsulate what Bob's work was all about. And I got a little bit emotional too, Ron, on Thursday when we were doing the rap show and we were talking about it, because his voice just brings you back to points in your life that you look back really fondly on. Like so many of those calls, I can walk you exactly to the spot in the house that I was sitting in when Bob called that Joe Sakic goal in 2002, the exact spot. And that's the power of Bob. What made his ability to call a game, Ron, so perfect?
Well, I often said he sang the game, very musical in his, I think his approach, Dave, was more theatrical than anything. He understood from his love of Broadway. He would take me whenever we were in New York to Broadway, and I remember his favorite was Cole Porter, Anything Goes. But you know how you've seen a million photos? Yeah, he would have his hand out to stop Harry Neal from speaking and let the crowd go for a second. He understood space, breath is... space is the breath of art. And he knew that. He knew all the things. He didn't think of himself as the lead man in the play. He was the director of the play. And that was one of the keys to his success. But even the call you just played of Joe Sakic, there's only two men that I can recall in my, I don't know how long it's been, but it's a long time. And two men who I've heard take one word and make it two syllables that wasn't normally one syllable, and that's Bob with G-O, because that sounded better in the song, made it more authentic. And Russell Crowe's the other. He came to the NHL Awards, and when he was supposed to present the Hart Trophy, but he showed up early and he wanted to go on right there and then. So, well, we can't give away the Hart Trophy at the top of the show, so we had him do the Art Ross, and he turned the word art into about 3 syllables. So that's again, the great actor in Russell Crowe is the great actor in Bob Cole. And ironically, Russell Crowe is a dear friend of Alan Doyle from Newfoundland, the leader of Great Big Sea. And mutual friend of Bob Cole. So they're all kind of interconnected in terms of...
Get the latest news, opinion, and analysis from MMA to boxing and the professional wrestling world 24/7. SiriusXM Fight Nation, SiriusXM 156, and the SXM app.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Thursday, May the 2nd. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 8 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the Boston Bruins. Maple Leafs on Sirius and XM channels 91 Internet 947, Bruins on Internet 922. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Thursday, May the 2nd. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 8 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the Boston Bruins. Maple Leafs on Sirius and XM channels 91 Internet 947, Bruins on Internet 922. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Thursday, May the 2nd. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 8 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the Boston Bruins. Maple Leafs on Sirius and XM channels 91 Internet 947, Bruins on Internet 922. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Thursday, May the 2nd. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 8 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the Boston Bruins. Maple Leafs on Sirius and XM channels 91 Internet 947, Bruins on Internet 922. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Thursday, May the 2nd. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 8 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the Boston Bruins. Maple Leafs on Sirius and XM channels 91 Internet 947, Bruins on Internet 922. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Thursday, May the 2nd. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject